I'll be good in like 30 minutes. Hello, I am Ludens. I did capture stuff. Now I'm doing it. I'm doing it again. That's it, really.
Uh, you made videos. You
I
gotta
did.
mention that. You have to.
Oh right, yeah. I made videos.
Yeah. Here's his YouTube channel, guys. If you wanna follow him. Which he made these videos, and as you guys know, I also make my own videos. And I'll just do the announcement like right now, and then I'll do a social post for you later. But
Sure.
Ludens is actually joining us for our Warframe channel. The one that I have with Buff. And there's one other person coming up. But yeah, we have 2 new people joining. So we're gonna be working on more videos. We're gonna be actively collaborating, whether it's for Captura or edited videos. And as you guys know, I'm Depths. I've been running fashion shows for the past 2 or more years. And I got these fashion contests, DE sponsored, maybe 1 to 2 fashion contests ago. So I had been doing this out of pocket for a very long time. And yeah, we should get this started. So I'm gonna be calling up Scoogie, who is Scoogie here? And don't worry about, you know, having this not be scuffed. It's meant to be a little bit scuffed, but Scoogie TV, you could go up to the front, go to the circle.
Alright, what do we got here?
So I'm gonna be zooming in. We have an Octavia. Looks like a dark bluish gray, I guess, with brown, gold accents and some the Haro Deluxe chest.
Okay.
And
It's a, what is it? The Diva skin or something, right? Okay. I'm getting some steampunk vibes. That's cool.
I like the light blue for the hair. I think it goes really well.
Yeah, I think like the light blue being pretty white looks nice. I think it like kind of reminds me of like Steam. Fits well with the brown. I'm not a fan of the chest piece. I think it looks a little out of place.
Yeah, the chest piece is kind of bulky in this
Yeah.
case, and the beige color, it sticks out a bit much here because I think they might have like copied their Warframe colors onto the attachments.
Yeah.
Which generally I'd advise people to not do because the color channels for all the attachments could differ from the Warframe itself. So that's why you don't want to do copy Warframe colors all the time. You always have to be checking your colors.
Yeah. Generally I feel like the attachments are okay. The shoulders,
They're music themed. There's like
the
a harp.
legs are I'm actually okay with. I wish like either the Cyandana or maybe the attachments were colored a little bit differently. I feel like you could have put more color into the attachments instead of making it just like one giant it's a little like consistent, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like with the Cyandana you could do something with the strings and maybe color it
Yeah,
differently.
I would color the strings blue to match the hair or something, or like a more saturated blue. I think
Yeah.
what could have helped this fashion is using a blue that's a bit more saturated because there's like a lot of contrast between her hair and, you know, these colors that are on the base frame. But how do you feel about the ephemera? which is the Protovire one.
Right. I really like the Protovire. Not too. I don't think it adds anything here.
Yeah, it doesn't add anything for me.
I think it's like it's good on a lot of simple frames, but I don't really think it works with the skin. It's not like atrocious, but I just don't think like it's necessary.
Yeah,
You already have
don't
so much
hate it.
going on right now, that I don't really think you need it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. But I do like the color scheme. I just wish that the blue that was used was more saturated. That's all. It's a little
I
bit
agree.
desaturated here because you have the combination of this brown color and this gray. It's like two different shades of gray. One seems to have like a yellow tone to it, actually. And I think that's really nice, but then you have this blue that stands out a lot. But it's supposed to be a futuristic contest, and I do think you nailed it with the steampunk vibes. I just maybe would have, yeah. I would have chosen a different.
Sometimes less is more, but general theme is it's good. Yeah, solid.
Yeah, I
Good
do
job.
like it. The animation set. So
We're judging that too. Okay.
No, sometimes it adds to it, but you know, I kind of like it. I like the stance because sometimes the animation sets help the frame itself so that the attachments don't clip.
Right. Yeah, they don't clip. Okay. Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's good.
yeah, I'm
Like,
gonna judge it by the animation set, like when it stops moving, you know, and just
all right.
judge
Yeah,
it by
yeah.
the
The idle.
posture.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
but sometimes the animation itself adds onto it, so we could add in some extra points for that. But yeah, as of right now, the posture, it looks fine. So I'm gonna be entering my score.
Alright,
This is
I
on
will
a scale of 1 to 10.
1 to 10. Okay. Do we say the score out loud, or do we just keep that as like a hidden metric?
We could keep it as a hidden metric for
Okay, let's do that
now.
then.
It's kind of up to you. But that's gonna be an advantage for later contestants. So we tend not to say the score right now, but we'll
Right,
say our
okay.
input.
Oh, I cannot type.
Wait, can you not type?
No, I can. I'm just like,
Oh, okay.
I was like pressing the wrong keys on my keyboard.
I might change this later, but generally,
Okay, I was gonna ask if we could change scores later because like I have no idea what the rest of it's gonna look like.
yeah, it would help if we had someone taking screenshots and like posting them in the fashion committee group chat, so we could have a little recap. I mean, I'll do that right now, actually. Do that right here, and this person is Skoogie. So, in my opinion, even with our, you know, our feedback, I think we did start off strong. What I was worried about in this contest is like really saturated colors that are like overly saturated, but so far it's been pretty good.
I might actually bump this up depending on how many like oversaturated neon frames come up. To be honest,
that's what we
because
tend to do.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I'm just posting this in the group chat as a reminder of what it looked like. And Skoogie, if you want to do some emotes, feel free to. And we're gonna ask Liger to get ready to go up to the front. Neon frames. No, it's like not inherently bad for neon frames to join. This is a futuristic contest. It's not.
No, it's fun. I like neon. It's just like
It depends
actually,
on how
just,
neon.
Yeah. Because neon doesn't like inherently mean futuristic. It just means like colors, and I feel like people kind of conflate the two. I'm more looking for themes here than just like colors, but you know, we'll see.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm doing some filming, and then Liger should be ready. How often do we do these fashion shows? It should be monthly. Mm-hmm. Alright, Skoogie, thank you for your first entry. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, then go up front. Keep in mind that usually entering a second time, it helps out your score. And you could always re-enter the same frame again with improvements, and that'll help your score. Just some tips. Alright, next up is Liger. Liger465 from Twitch. And he is on PC right now. We have a Volt. We have a Volt with yellow, orange, teal, white, black. Looks like the Pertavire Apex ephemera.
Yeah, and the sign down as well, I assume. It's Sylva and Aegis as well. Okay, you want to start? I'll let my thoughts fester for a bit.
We should take our time in commenting. So
Okay.
I need some time to look at the front, back, and sides. Why does this red keep on popping up?
I think it's the energy color for Volt.
Oh, okay.
Rather than the emissive, like the lightning.
I thought it was my selection.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it's from... Yeah. It's from Volt. Is that shield supposed to be there?
I assume the shield is supposed to be there. It looks pretty intentional.
Yeah, it looks like a tech... Like what Flurp would call a tech knight.
There's sigil on the chest. Is that the Zanuka sigil as well? Okay. It looks like.
Is there a sigil?
I can't.
No, I don't think that's
like
a sigil.
Okay, it's not a sigil? Okay. I am not too familiar with that skin.
Yeah, this is
so.
This
yeah,
is
it's the void shell. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
That's what it usually looks like. There's no sigil.
Alright. I'll say there's a lot going on. I'm not the biggest fan of all these like highlighted colors competing with one another.
I think there's too much contrast between them, and I think that's why it doesn't work here. What I would suggest doing is toning down this white, I guess, because the white, it sticks out a lot next to these, like the bright orange. I do appreciate white and black when you're trying to make a futuristic look. It's very robot-y, but,
Yeah, you have like a lot of thin accent pieces here, like the void shell's energy color being highlighted, as well as the metallic channel being also like right next to it. Both of those things are very contrasty, and I feel like it kind of throws everything off. I'm not a fan of the Cyandana. I don't really
yeah, I don't think it adds anything to it.
I don't think it adds anything. I think it kind of clashes material-wise, even silhouette-wise, with the rest of Volt. The prototype, the ephemera,
yeah.
protovire ephemera, also doesn't really do much for me. I see why you have it to add more orange to match with the energy, but I just don't. Just the shapes, I guess, for me don't really do much. And again, I don't really think the extra pointy bits going in random directions really
Yeah, I really
mesh
do
well
think.
with the rest of Volt.
Yeah, I think it really does affect the silhouette, and there's like a bit of gray that comes from the ephemera
Yeah, because
that pops
it's
up.
colored twice. Yeah, the
Yeah.
first and second channel.
So for the leg attachments, I actually think even though they're geometrical, and like this is supposed to be a futuristic theme, I don't think it goes well with this because
I was just gonna say that.
yeah, there's a lot of curve things going on. There's like a curve from the Protovia ephemera. There's curves. It's like it's
Yeah,
like
you have
a
the
really
coils on
curved
his
theme.
shoulders, right? Yeah, I don't think the leg attachments do much. They point upwards, and I just don't really see them being necessary. The Sylvan Aegis is neat. I think it's like a neat idea. I just don't think that it meshes well with the attachments on the frame, unfortunately. But I would like to see more unique uses of like weapons, or like holstered weapons, mostly melees, because that's the only thing you can really affect, and sigils and whatnot. I think that is a neat idea. So I will give you props for attempting something there. But yeah, just it's a little messy and really inconsistent. So
Yeah, I
not the
do
biggest
like
fan.
I like teal and orange. It's like one of my favorite color combinations, but I think the shades really matter. And the orange has like a very prominent like yellow going on like right next to it, so you probably use orange and yellow. It's like a bunch of color blocking going on, and that scheme could work, but with the white, it's just a bit much when it's right next to a pure white. So I think one of the things you could work on the most for this, probably the Syandana, ephemera, and the white shade.
Yeah, either you could keep the white, but personally, I would either change the channel the blue is in or change the material the blue is in. I think like you have like this teal that you're using as an accent piece that's very bright and contrasts off the black and white, and then you also have an orange that is also incredibly bright, but it's right next to the teal, and it's like it's a lot going on. So I would pick one of those and then either make the other one subdued. But still, I see the vision. I just think it can be executed with a little bit more finesse.
I like the texture that Liger used for the white. I think it's good. Like it's a
Yeah,
very
that's good.
it's like a
That's
very
fine.
robotic texture. I think the textures are nice, which
Yeah.
is pretty well done. It's pretty risky to enter in void shells because just one off texture and could throw the whole thing off. But
Yeah.
as you could see, there's like a dark blue in this frame that I'm not sure if it's intentional or not,
That
but
seems intentional. I
yeah.
mean, if it's somewhat like Gundam themed, I think he mentioned or they mentioned like new Gundam. Like, yeah, that seems about right.
I do like the choice of not putting a chest attachment in this though, and using Volt's regular arm
Yeah, an empty
attachments.
chest here works.
So, Liger, if you want to do some poses, feel free to. While we do scoring, I'll do filming, and we're gonna ask that Sacred Rune, aka Runejin, be ready to go up front, because if this person isn't here, then we'll just move them to the end of the line. And then I'll be taking a picture. Alright. Very good posing. Just keep emoting if you want that in. I mean, the lighting is so much better than our other contests, so I'm happy about that one. Alright, Liger, thank you for entering. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, go to the front. Alright, next up, we have Secret Rune, aka Runejin from Twitch.
Ooh, Titania.
Looks like we have the Donan skin with Protovire shoulder attachments. And we have a Tenet Cycrin? Is that Cycrin?
Cycrin. And then
No leg pieces.
Some melee weapons, so you can put the that's neat. I like that. I don't know if the Scourge there is, I think that's what it's called. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
I don't think it is, but
Okay.
I don't think it hurts it too much.
Yeah,
like in the recording.
No. Scourge is not intentional. Okay. I'll just pretend to not see it then.
Yeah, but it looks fine in the recording.
Yeah. Okay, so a couple things I like. I assume you've got some melee weapon, claw weapons holstered that let you put the what are they called? Oh man, Warframe names. Sugatras. Okay, yeah. The little dangly bits. That's neat. I like that. I think color-wise, you could have done something a little bit more interesting with them, but we'll get to the colors when I talk about everything else. I'm gonna take this in for a bit.
So we have some purple mixed with pink, and about this is several shades of purple, including this gray shade that has that's a bit on the cooler tone. It's a cooler tone gray. And let's see. It has an emblem too.
Yeah.
Which I do like the emblem actually. Yeah, that's Lotus Gray. Alright, so I think I'm gonna start making some comments. First off, I like the true orbit ephemera here. It's adding a bit. It's not too much, like there's no Protovire going on. I like the color scheme. I think the pink and the lilac color, like the pink to purple gradient, is a really good choice. Of course, these were the auxiliary pieces that were included with the Donan skin, but I do think it fits here. The Protovire attachments, I do wish that one of the colors for the shoulders was a bit darker. I would have colored that a bit darker because you do have a dark gray on the helmet and several parts of the frame. The purple, I think, is not too bright, which is good. I think it's a good shade. Like, in my opinion, it's a good shade. I like the pink sheen. As for the leg pieces, I like that there's no leg piece. How about you?
There is a leg piece. It's the it's whatever, I forgot what they're called. They come with the shoulders right there. Yep, it's on the thighs.
Oh wait, it's the thigh. Okay.
Yeah. Um,
Finding over
I
here.
am conflicted on a lot of things. I feel okay, so this has a lot of potential to be like, in my opinion, really, really, really good. It's still solid. Um, so the grays are good, and same with the purple and pinks.
Yeah, I
I
like the
feel like
grays.
there is the attachments here don't really do much for me. You already have a skin that is pretty detailed and has a lot of like shapes to it, and it is very busy going on. And then you have attachments that you tried to match with the same amount of busyness, but also like aesthetically, I feel like don't really match too well.
The
The
Sugatras don't match, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
I also yeah the Sugatra's, it's a neat idea, but like it doesn't really work here.
Yeah, you could
Um,
see that the accent color is actually a different type of gray. It's kind of, it appears kind of greenish here.
yeah. So I'm not the biggest fan of the shoulders here, nor am I the biggest fan of the thigh armor. I don't think they do much. The shoulders, I see like what they are trying, because the shoulders have the sentient energy kind of, and it kind of not really, but is similar in shape to her auxiliary and helmet wing thingies, but they clash texture wise, and
Yeah,
they're busy
because
in a different kind of way, which I don't really feel like adds much. So I would remove those things. The Cycron, it's whatever. Like, I don't mind it. I just feel like you have so much purple, and everything is in the same like color spectrum, or like same like tone or hue. It just kind of, I wouldn't say it's boring, but it's playing it on the safe side. I would have loved to see maybe like a little bit of like maybe orange in there. Just throw in some contrasting colors in the energy.
I like the
I don't know.
pink. I like the pink. I wish there was a
I
tiny
feel like
bit
you maybe
more.
you could have added some other other like hues inside of the pink,
Mm-hmm.
outside of just like purple. Maybe some other colors in there. Sneak maybe, I don't know, a little bit of orange in the pink. But it's fine. The ephemera is whatever to me. I mean, it. I think you're trying to add on to the already like maximalistic aesthetic of the skin, but I feel like it doesn't really do much for me. So yeah, it's safe. I feel like it's fine. It's not offensive. But I question whether it's like a necessary addition.
Is this a sigil on the front?
It
Like
looks like a
on
parent.
her boobs?
Yeah, yeah. It looks like a sigil.
I
Uh,
like that addition.
yeah, that's neat.
I think it makes it so that her boobs aren't contrasting with the that the lighter purple that's in there. Because without that sigil, it's gonna like be a block of purple. So that was a good addition. The sigil.
Yeah, the sigil is a good placement. Yeah. The base emissive on the Warframe, I feel like it's a bit white. It's very like blinding white.
It might be my settings.
It might be. I don't know. I'm looking through your stream. I'm not like, I don't want to like run up into the recording. So
But
yeah, I'm not like blown away by this, but I'm also not like offended, and I think it's pretty respectable. I just wish it was a little bit more. I guess I just wish it was more. Yeah, that's it.
yeah, I think this is a good entry. This personally. That's why we have two judges' opinions, but I do agree with what Ludens said about the shoulder attachments. The holster, I don't hate it, but it adds a shade of purple over here. It adds a shade of purple that wasn't already present in the frame, so it's just something I noted about the leg piece. it added a new purple that's not present anywhere else besides maybe that protowire attachment, but I do think the protowire attachment could be removed and maybe you could just use the emblem. Might look a lot cleaner. It's
I
very
think having
top
nothing
heavy.
on the shoulders would, yeah, I think having nothing on the shoulders would probably be better here. You already have like the wings going on. Sometimes less is more if you let the colors speak. Um, so yeah, I think the shoulders are a little extra.
Alright, so if you want to do any emotes, Sacred Rune, feel free to. Otherwise, we'll film as is.
I will say the frame looks great in motion though.
It does look great in motion.
The Caliban animation with the ephemera and the wings like kind of moving a little bit. It's nice. So, bonus for Caliban animation.
It's a really good choice as opposed to just using a
Titania or Wisp.
titania or
Yeah.
wisp. Because I like when it lifts up one of the legs, makes like an angular pose. It's like angular posing.
Yeah, that's how I pose my like Gundam models. Yeah, it's nice. Good job.
Well, Sacred Rune, if you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, you could go to the front. Thank you for entering. Next up, we have R.A. Angelo, who also has the same name on Twitch.
Damn. Okay.
I'm still, looking.
Yeah. Are I can't. Okay, the drone thingies. I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with that. What's going on there? Is that just like part of the idol? I assume that's just part of the idol, right? Okay, it's just a lot. It's not even like their fault. It's just because you have GPU particles on it. It's just like fucking blinding. Excuse my language.
So your melee wasn't supposed to be in this, so this blue is not supposed to be a part.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, all right. That makes okay. All right, cool. That's really, really, really good to know.
I was just staring at it. I was like,
You know, even with the blue melee, I was like, you know, it's not like that bad. I was like, I'm actually pretty okay with the melee. I mean, the colors being there, I don't really like how they looked, but because they don't really fit in. But I was
I
like,
kind of like
it's
the
not.
shape of the melee. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't really fit, but like,
Yeah, I was like, it's not like the worst thing if you're trying to like be a little quirky and experimental. It's like I don't mind it actually. But okay, melees aren't supposed to be there. Makes sense. All right. Um, yeah, this is solid. Uh, Shoulders are nice here. I think with the animation pose, a little bit of clipping, but it's Warframe moment, so not too big of a deal. Sayandana also works fine, I think, mostly because of this animation, where like
yeah, if she wasn't
it sits.
hunched,
Yeah,
if she wasn't hunched, I wouldn't like
it would look.
this
Yeah,
sign
yeah.
on it. It would look too bulky for her.
Hmm.
But because she's hunched like this, it looks like it's a bit more natural.
Yeah. It is really solid for yeah, I mean you're doing the most with Titania, I feel like, without like throwing too much on her. Um the ephemera, I'm I'm not a fan of most ephemeras, so that's just like a personal thing. Um so I would have removed it, but like it's good. This is very solid. Um
I like the shade of gray. It's like purplish, but she also has like yellow and orange going on.
mhm.
I like how she added these orange emblems to add the orange to the shoulders without making the attachments super bright. Because if she
Yeah.
copied that there, it would interfere. So I do like the emblem, and I like the pop of orange that's just next to this gray here. Purple and yellow. It's very good looking, but you made it more towards, you made it like a really a dull color, and I think it works here because the yellow should be the only bright color in my opinion that's going on. Hmm.
If there's like one thing, okay, I assume the secondaries are also meant to be hidden. Um, I don't feel like the secondaries add anything, having them like holstered like that. They're not bad though. I don't really care too much about like holstered weapons to be honest, unless they like show up in a theme or something. Um, yeah, this is solid. If there's like one tiny critique, which isn't really a critique, it's just something I'd be like, wow, this would be to my preference. The metallic being, I would have just tinted the metallic a little bit, maybe on the colder side. Um, the silver that you have going on, but like
It's
it's
too neutral.
yeah, I feel
I feel
like
like this is too neutral as well.
yeah. So I would have maybe tinted just like the silver accent, just a little bit blue on the colder side, maybe like some. But that's
That's
it's fine.
personal
Like that's
preference.
it's whatever. Like this is really solid. Good entry. Great use of like an animation that really complements your attachments and doesn't make them look out of place. I especially like that Cyanana with the wings. I think it looks really good here. Um, and everything looks pretty intentioned and yeah, so it's good. Solid, yeah. Be proud. This is a good one. Um,
I personally like the holstered weapons because it adds more color to the thigh area, which without them it's not gonna have as many colors. I think it looks very thematic. Someone in chat mentioned that they look like little missiles. I agree. I really like it.
I feel like if I were to use the secondaries like that, because I do see the missile part, I would have colored the secondaries in a way where there's a higher emphasis on like the missile parts. That or just like uh, take them off. Because I mean, I see what they're like trying to do. I just think like you already have a lot going on. I don't know if we really need much more
Yeah,
changing
that's
like the
valid.
silhouette. It's still
Yeah.
fine though. Like I'm indifferent about it. Like yeah.
Let me take a look at the back one more time. The gray that's on the back is a bit differently colored than what's on the frame. It's a bit lighter. I don't hate it, but that's just something
Yeah.
to note.
Yeah, it's fun.
It sticks out a bit much.
I think if they wanted to make the backpack look a little bit more flush, they could have made the primary color of the backpack or whatever the large like gray is a little darker, kind of
Yeah.
hide it. But again, that's not a really big deal, and I'm being super picky here. So like, eh, it's fine. It works. Looks good.
Angela, if you want to do some emotes while I film and take a picture of this, feel free to. Good shade of yellow. And orange. The orange isn't too bright, so that it conflicts with this, like everything, because it's really easy to make yellow and orange look like flames. But I think you chose the right shade, the right shades.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you made the yellow and orange look too much like flames, then it just, I don't think it would go as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that the emissives look more solid and less like flowy than the auxiliary. I feel like the auxiliary fits more with the Syandana, and it looks like they're coming out of the Syandana, and then the energy in the frame is like a little less erratic, which I feel like works. That's nice. I don't know if that's intended or if it's just like happy accident because Warframe, but either way, good.
Alright. Thank you, Angela, for your first entry. If you have a second one, please go to the back. If not, go to the front. Next up, we have the JM City, who is playing from a Switch.
Oh, okay.
Is JM City here? Oh, there we go. We have a Mesa.
Yeah, that is a Mesa. Okay. Hmm.
Orange, dark brown, silver. Looks
Yeah,
like
I'm getting like a Star Warsy vibe, like a space cowboy kind of thing going on.
Here's a Syandana.
Are there attachments on the legs? I can't tell. I don't think so.
Yeah, it looks like Iridos.
Oh, okay, okay.
This is Iridos, right? Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Still thinking.
Okay. I'll give my thoughts then. Um, so right off the bat, I like the theming here. Uh, it's really interesting. I am not the biggest fan of the Syandana here. I don't really think it adds much. Um, I think there are probably better Syandanas for this. So yeah, Syandana, not the biggest fan of. Um, I do like the subtle energy here of just like the yellow eye. That looks good. At the same time, I think the yellow sort of blends in a little bit with everything else that you have going on. I would have loved to see a little bit more contrast with the colors on the frame. Um, yeah, I don't know if the attachment or the weapons are also meant to be um, uh, like a part of the frame. If they are, I wish they were a little bit more. I wish they leaned into that Star Wars kind of area a little bit more. I don't really feel like the colors of these weapons or the shape of them really kind of add much. I, if they're intentional, I get why they're there. Just don't really feel like a brown pistol that is
I feel like
not very sci-fi-ish kind
the
of.
color is unnatural on the weapons.
Yeah. I mean, wood handle's fine, but like everything else, it seems like you might have just hit like copy Warframe colors. So
Mm-hmm.
if you are going to use attach weapons, assuming the weapons are supposed to be part of the look, I would put a little bit more care into that. I don't really care too much about the attachments. Shoulders are fine. Chest pieces, it's whatever. Yeah, I really just wish like there was a little bit more contrast in the colors here, and maybe a little bit more care with the weapons, because I feel like if you had the right kind of weapons here in the right colors, it would really pull everything together. So really, really solid though. I like the theming. That's really unique and interesting.
Personally, I would have done the orange that is present on the frame, like one darker. I think there's a bit of color blocking going on. I think there's actually an issue of too much contrast in the legs here with this yellow, orange, and then the dark part over here that's in the center. I do think you could have made the orange that's over here darker. And then for this yellow tone that you chose, I think you could have, I would make it a bit more towards the neutral side instead of heavily yellow. And then I would use the emissives to make something saturated. But I do think this is the yellow that you chose for like to appear on the eye it's a little bit too it is too bright. It's mixed with white, it seems, or like it's like a yellow that's more towards whitish yellow.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's mixed or if it's just like one color. Either
Oh,
way,
really?
it's the yeah. I mean, the skin's just texture weird, or like they take emissives weird because Warframe.
Actually, it's both the brown and same color as well. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
The orange is kind of reddish here, which
Yeah, it's like a burnt orange.
yeah, I do like it. I just think it should have been one darker, like one or two shades darker in the same row or column, wherever it was from, the same family of brownish orange that I came from. The Syandana, I feel like the Syandana is okay. Since you have some bagginess going on over here, I feel like that's why you selected the Syandana. But the yellow on the Syandana is a bit much. I probably would have recolored this. If this is the only Syandana that you have, I would get rid of this beige color right over here. But in general, if you do have other Syandanas, I would use it because this Syandana is actually more flat than her shoulders, which I don't really think that's a good thing. It's too flat over here. And then you see your shoulders or the iridos on the shoulders are making it like clip.
Yeah, I agree. I think Syandana, like I said before, doesn't for me doesn't really do much. I don't really think it even fits thematically as well as other ones that you could possibly use. Um, so yeah, iffy on the Syandana. If there's any suggestions for Syandanas that you could like use instead, maybe I don't want to say the banner one because I feel like that wouldn't really look well. Maybe you could make it work. Maybe no Syandana, not too sure. But what you currently have going on, I don't really feel like does much. Great theming though. If you do want to resubmit, um, I think I would really focus on like the weapons I think would look really cool. Even if you had like a primary that like holster was on, if it was maybe even like a Javlock or something, really lean into that futuristic space cowboy bounty hunter kind of look, and I think you have something that'll be really strong. Sometimes less is more. If you don't have a signed dano that fits, sometimes no signed dano is better.
How do you feel about the silver? The shade of silver that's on the frame?
It doesn't do anything for me. I wish it was like maybe a little colder. Just because it's like pretty neutral and it kind of blends in with everything. But I mean, it's safe. I'm not offended by it.
I feel like it sticks out too much as is. The shade of silver. I feel like it could be... There's like so many warm shades going into this. So it is a bit too... I actually think that it should be less colder. And more like a tarnished silver. If you guys know what I mean, like a silver that's like has a bit of a yellow or green tint. Like almost towards brass, yes.
I worry about if you do too much, if you go like too warm, everything just kind of looks
Oh, not too warm, just
one
a
hue,
bit
but
tarnished
yeah,
because
yeah.
I feel like the
I know what you
silver
mean.
looks too clean. You know what I mean? It looks too new. There's like an old look going on, almost, with this skin, and the silver, it looks too new compared to the rest of it. Does that make sense? Looks
No, it does, yeah.
looks like new silver. So I do wish that you use more of like an aged look for the metallics in this look.
Yeah. Oh, one thing, Mesa's. If you are gonna fashion Mesa, make sure you color her regulators. That's another important thing. I mean, it's just gonna be there, so pay some attention to the regulators as well, because those are pretty distracting. They're just huge blocks of silver.
Yeah, I do wish there's more some more aging going on with the metallics.
Yeah.
Just personally, it looks too new. But overall, I like the combination of helmet, body, and the Gyarados. It looks okay. It looks okay, but
I wouldn't. I
it's
just
just
don't think they
okay.
do anything, but it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's
anything.
just
I don't think
okay.
the legs do much, but the rest is it's fine. Yeah.
So I would change the weapon here and the sign Donna. It's just, I think you have a good starting point. Just some of the colors need to be refined, and
Hmm.
better flow of colors because there's like a ton of color blocking.
Very good idea. I think you can definitely improve on it. So solid.
Mm-hmm. Excuse my knowledge of the frame skin, but yeah, just tinted a little bit darker and changed the accents. The biggest takeaway from this. So if you have any emotes that you want to do, feel free to. I'll be taking a screenshot and we'll be working on scoring. All right. Next up, we have Commodose. And also, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So, I'll let you score the previous entry, and then, be right back.
All right. I'm going to just talk mad shit. No, I'm kidding. Oh wait, no, I can't be in the shot. Oops. Uh, let's see. It is a mag of all time. Hmm. Yeah, I tried to make the skin work. I feel like the helmet's pretty solid, but like, um, man, the colors or like the channels are just kind of annoying. The materials are. This isn't a critique of your fashion. I'm just like critiquing the skin because I'm annoyed by it. Um,
Alright, I'm back. What's going on? Mag Deluxe.
Mag Deluxe with the Riv Elite set, I think, whatever that old set is called, and the Avia chess piece.
Hmm.
Uh,
So, I like the green. I like the dark green with the silver. I think it's really nice, and the bits of lighter green that are near the top. I will say that right off the bat. I do like green and silver here.
Yeah, I feel like the color combination, like for this, is really solid. If there's any critiques on the fashion itself, like outside of the context of this contest like theme, um, I don't feel like the attachments do anything here.
I
The
don't like
legs
the
in
chest
particular,
piece.
I'm not a fan of the just the attachments. Period. I think it's really difficult to put things on this deluxe skin because it's just we don't really have many attachments that like fit the shapes or curves or textures. It's difficult, so I would remove the attachments. Um, Now, I feel like the skin is better suited for bronze colors if you're trying to convey like steampunk kind of futuristic aesthetic. I don't really get. I don't really.
Futuristic.
Yeah, I don't really feel this works too well with the theme in these colors, unfortunately. Um, I kind of get the idea, and I see where you're coming with like the skin, but I don't think these colors really convey the theme um as you could have.
I'm getting
So
tech knight more than tech. And it's like 80% knight, 20% tech.
yeah, I was gonna yeah, so it's about there for me as well.
Like, this
And I
looks
don't really
nice as a
know.
fashion. It's just not. Like, the only thing that's futuristic that's going on is probably like the elbow parts and I guess the chest piece, but I don't like the chest piece with the skin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult because there's not really much you could have done, I feel like, to convey that outside of throwing attachments on, which I feel like clash. I mean, I understand the intention. It doesn't for me. I feel like it you kind of sacrifice the fashion's like consistency for trying to fit it into its theme.
I don't know. It's really nice though.
It is really good. This is very solid. Like, don't get me wrong.
I do
This is
like
a
the
pretty good
fashion.
mag. Yeah.
I'm okay with keeping the helmet for this and like the little spokes that are on the helmet. I actually think that like that goes pretty well with Rivolite. And I don't really tend to like Rivolite on most slender frames, but I think it looks great here. If we were judging a
I'm
knight.
yeah.
That's the
I'm
thing.
still yeah, I'm still iffy on the Rivoli just because I think it adds a lot to the legs where you really don't have those kind of metallics or metallic trimming anywhere else on the frame really. Um but again, in the context of like Knight, it works, but again, I don't really feel like this conveys Tech Knight. I don't feel like it conveys the tech part of like a Tech Knight enough, unfortunately. And
Yeah.
that's not your fault at all. It's just
The skin
how
you
the skin
chose.
is. But you did really well with what you were given,
Yeah.
so
I do
or what you
agree.
chose to work with.
I like the shades a lot. I like the shades a lot.
I would have been a little bit more intense on the energy here, just because I feel like
I agree with that.
it would look a little more interesting. But it's again, I think it's very consistent and it plays it well. So
Yeah, I'll just use a different chest piece or none at all.
Yeah.
But I do understand that you're trying to put like a tech portion of it. It just... Yeah. It's alright. But yeah, the color scheme is good. I like it. It's just a matter of the skin choice.
Yeah, if this was any other, like, I don't know, if this was like a general fashion contest or something, this I would mark this much higher, but...
We had a tech versus magic contest, Ludens, and this would have scored really high.
Yeah, I can see that.
The tech versus magic.
Maybe you could try matching, like, the Void Shell skin with the Mag Deluxe helmet. I have a couple things that I've been, like, messing around with between those two, and it works more on the techie side. You might be able to squeeze, like... I mean,
I think you could have sold the tech using the skin if you use, like, a bright blue for the emissives. Like,
yeah. I also feel like if you were to lean into the not cyberpunk, steampunk aesthetic, you could have done that. With just colors. I feel like you could have went that way, but
overall, there's a different... There's like a... If we're gonna use Meg, I do think that she has like very futuristic helmets. I just don't think about this one in
based
particular.
around the twins from Atomic Heart. I can see that. I just feel like if you were to do anything Atomic Heart like, I think the Grax skin probably works better, and then you could have just picked. That's the point. I'm just basically saying, like, choose another skin, but I feel like the detailing on the actual skin doesn't really fit that like industrial kind of futuristic dystopian, like, Bioshocky look. Looks a little too regal.
More regal than techie.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, this was tech versus magic version 2. Score's pretty high.
Yep. Great fashion though.
Yeah, it's a great fashion. I like the animation set too. It goes well with it. So if you want to do some emotes, go ahead. It'll show up in the video while we're editing. I'm gonna film a little bit more. And we're gonna ask the Dr. Michael Fox, aka Glitch, to get ready. Next up, we have Glitch. We have a
Okay.
Titania with the Zaku animation. Bloodshed.
Lots of bloodshed, yeah.
Is that Bloodshed or is it the
That's bloodshed.
or is it the leaf one?
There's
like a
that's
leaf
bloodshed.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It's very intense. Is the Nikana intentional? I will assume it is, because it's colored in the same way as everything else. Okay.
The undercutter skin would have been perfect
Yeah,
for the Nikana,
it would
yeah.
have fit in much better.
It looks like there's a Sugatra as well.
Sugatra, yeah.
And it's sticking out a bit much, which, I probably wouldn't have used this Sugatra personally because it's gonna be really hard to color this one because, yeah.
It takes colors weird, has a weird texture.
Has a weird texture and it just looks more maroon than purple.
Hmm. So there's parts of this I like, idea-wise. I just think it's like I don't want to say boring, but it's not as interesting as I feel like it could have been.
I feel like the repetitive use of the pure black kind
Yeah.
of takes away from it. You should only color one of the channels pure black and then the rest of it maybe varying shades to give it more dimension. Like I get you're trying to do like a little a cyber psycho guardian, but now it just looks like looks very inkish with the bloodshed sigil.
Yeah.
It's like very
the bloodshed being it looks like super dark red because it does look like it has tints of red in there. I don't really think it adds much. I kind of I like the idea of using, I assume you use 2 bloodshed here. And then it sort of kind of gives it that glitchy sort of look, I guess, but only one? Okay. It's just a lot of black and a lot of contrasting of a single color. So it's, for me, it's sort of playing it on the safe side. Yeah.
like a broken down robot drenched in blood. Very big oil leak.
The shoulder thingies, I forgot what they're called. I always forget what Warframe names their weird thingies. The sigils, not sigils. The shoulder thingies.
Emblem.
Emblems. Okay, there we go. Eh. Um,
I don't like the
I
emblem
I feel like
personally.
they're too, yeah, they're too busy and they're very noisy. And you have a frame where all the other pieces of purple, at least on the emissive and the skin itself, is not that noisy. Like it's loud, but it's not like noisy.
Yeah,
So
the
I don't think
emblem
it works.
clashes with the ephemera. I like the
I
ephemera
actually,
framing the Syndana, by the way.
yeah, the ephemera is actually pretty okay here. I feel like Protovire, if you are going for like an unstable kind of messy look, might have fit here. But I'm fine with the ephemera. I think the ephemera's fine. Leg attachment,
Dendra? Is that Dendra?
that's Dendra. I
Yeah.
don't think it does anything. I'm pretty on it.
I personally like it.
It's nice that it gives it some asymmetry, especially with like the Zaku pose, but I think it clashes a lot with the chest piece.
Yeah, I
And
don't. You either go with the Dendra, like full on with Dendra, or you go with the what you're doing with the chest piece.
yeah,
I do. Yeah, they're clashing.
and I do feel like if you added another, maybe on the left shoulder, another piece of like Dendra or something that has like hologram, which isn't much in Warframe, it might have fit a little bit better. I just feel like the leg piece, because of the chest piece and because of the emblems, doesn't really work. I see the idea, I see the vision. I just think it could have been executed with a little bit more finesse. And the sword, I just don't think works at all here. I
Yeah, the
don't think it kind
sword
of works.
doesn't fit the theme. Give me 1 second. So I think if you wanted to add a little bit something to this instead of bloodshed, I probably would have recommended Tenebris instead, because it does add black and like some decaying look.
Oh, that's the sentient one, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think bloodshed, like I know what you're going for with bloodshed here, but it's just too much. Especially when
I
it's
think if
black
you,
on black. I think Tenebris looks it would be better here.
yeah, I think if you wanted to add like noise, I would have done the same thing. I would have used the other
Because bloodshed is
sigil or
really
whatever it's
just
called.
making everything, it's just making everything like a black blob.
Is there a sidearm holstered? I can't tell.
Yeah, there is.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I mean, if you're going for like the Gundam look, I get it. It is a gun, right?
It's a gun.
But I think it clashes with with the sword. So
I
like
think the
it
purple
works, but
that's
like
on it is
oh,
to
also the back sigil. I didn't even notice that. Okay.
yeah, that's a prime sigil.
I'd get rid of that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't like it. It's too
I don't think
bright.
it does much. Listen, I like Gundam, okay? Like I'm a very large Gundam enjoyer. Um I don't think the Gundam aesthetic works very well in Warframe, but you guys can keep trying. I respect it.
Okay, let me take a picture of this. Alright, Glitch. If you want to do any animations, feel free to. They'll show up in the video. If not, then you'll just take your idle. Yeah, I don't really see the Gundam either. I just see
I think the hardest part about like
robot.
Gundam themes is that like if you strip the color away from any Gundam, it's mostly the shape that defines like what a Gundam is. And that like look. We don't really have those shapes in Warframe. You can add the colors to it. You can try to mimic like uh I don't know, I guess aesthetics of it, but it doesn't really work. Even without like a VFin, uh, you can't really make like a unicorn psycho framework in Warframe. There just isn't really, just don't really have that like design language in Warframe. Um, you could try to lift some of the colors, but I don't really think the colors of a Gundam really make a Gundam a Gundam really, or anything from like Mobile Suit Gundam.
Yeah.
Mobile Suit Gundam. It's secondary to everything else.
Alright, so Glitch, thank you for your first entry. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, then go to the front. We're gonna be calling up Yami Excalibur next. Good morning, guys. I think we're both still waking up, like me and Ludens, but it's like already
Yeah.
2 p. It's almost 2 p.m. for me.
I'm working on waking up. It takes me like a good 3 hours.
Yeah, it takes me 3 hours too.
Okay, Excalibur, first Excalibur, right? Yeah.
Dex skin,
Uh,
Mulciber pieces.
Opticore, Opticore. Okay. Uh,
Prisma.
Prisma, whatever those are called.
Is it Daedalus or whatever?
Daedalus, something like that.
We have, instead of a Scientana, we have a big weapon.
Yeah. A respect for the Opticore. I like the use of it. Um, there's a lot going on. Hmm.
I
Alright, I
think
guess I'll
the
start. Or
silhouette.
okay, going.
I think the silhouette of the Mulciber and the Daedalus attachments, they kind of clash.
Yeah, so I don't think any of the attachments here, unfortunately,
I don't think
really
they
complement
each other yet.
Excalibur's silhouette, nor do they complement each other. Um, and
I
this is especially like
I think
added
if you're
with the
trying to do
pose.
Mulciber, you should use a different pose because
Yeah,
it's kind of falling off his shoulders instead of adding to you know, buffness. Like
yeah, it looks like stuck on, like it's barely hanging on there, which isn't a fault of you. It's just how they sit on Excalibur, unfortunately.
yeah, I think some changes to the animation set would have really helped this. I do think the attachments, the black that is on the attachments it's a bit much. Instead of pure black, I probably would have gone for, you know, adding a different color entirely. I think it would have moved this frame away from, you know, red, black, silver. I would have added in a different color into that mix that wasn't, you know, I would have added a, you know, I would like to see some blue. Some blue would have looked nice. Even putting in more orange.
I actually really don't mind the color scheme you have going on. It's very like it's teetering on the edge of like super edgy and like, basic black and red, but I'm pretty okay with the large amounts of gray and then, clean cut like cold metallic, although I do wish it was a bit more blue, and then the orange. I feel like the skin really holds this back. I can imagine this being really cool, or like this idea being really neat on like a void shell Excalibur, maybe with the corporate helmet. Some really kind of aggressive, futuristic look going on there. Um, but yeah, the attachments really don't do it for me. I think they take a lot away from this. I imagine you probably didn't want to make the chest piece that black, but because you have so many different clashing textures that take colors differently on the attachments, that just it kind of turned out that way. Um, and again, like the last entry, I don't think the Nikana does much here. Um, yeah,
I think the Mulciber attachment, the lines that are going, like, it's too. These lines are like straight lines, but then the silver that's on the skin itself is like very
you have a pretty organic looking
it's
skin.
like organic looking.
Yeah,
Because the only thing that's making it look futuristic is pretty much the color scheme.
the color scheme, yeah, and the opticore.
Yeah, and the
I like the
opticore.
opticore.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I feel like it really is just. I think you have a pretty cool theme idea wise. I just feel like the skin and the attachments are
Yeah,
like
it's a
not
combination
it.
of skin and
Yeah.
attachments.
Um, but if you happen to have like the void shell skin and maybe like the corporate helmet, you could. I would love to see this
Same color
the same
scheme.
like color or like the same aesthetic come back on a much more simplistic frame. Less is more often, and I feel like in this example, even with the skin, if you were to just take the attachments off, it would look significantly better.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I like it. I actually really like the ephemera here because of the idea of it. I just, again,
Yeah, I
everything
really
else
like the
is
ephemera.
could be significantly
I like
more
the orange
consistent.
that they added next to the red. But
Yeah, that's nice.
it's two different in the leg attachment and on the sword. You got like a tomato red. This red. You have two different shades of red going on, but they look too similar, is what I mean. It's like two different shades of red. There's like a warm tone red and one that's more towards like a when it comes to makeup, we call it like a bluish red because it's so cool toned. But I do think it's too similar, so it looks... It's your second favorite entry so far? Yeah, the chest piece is actually taking on a little bit of blue. If you notice that.
I think it's just how it colors, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that like the chest piece and everything else that because you try to mix so many different attachments and they all have like different color channels and different textures and they all shade differently.
Undertones, yeah.
It's just really difficult to match them all. So I think that also takes away from what you were trying to convey, unfortunately. Just kind of a Warframe thing.
But it's a great weapon choice for the gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see you lean more into trying to match the colors and like that really like brutalistic look that you have going on with the Opticore. Either with Excalibur or another Warframe. I would complement like the Opticore's silhouette.
Yeah, overall, a bit of a mismatch between attachments and the base skin. So if you want to do any poses, some emotes, go right ahead. In the meantime, we're gonna ask the gamer 118 to get ready. Okay, next up we have the gamer 118. It is not too late to enter, but you guys are gonna have to go last. Like, dead last. We have Volt Deluxe.
Oh, I have very conflicting feelings about the skin. I will try not to let that warp my judgment.
So, Volt Deluxe helmet, Volt Deluxe base. We have some
Proto-Wire armor. Lots of Proto-Wire. And that's the Ember Deluxe Syndana with a...
Gloriana? Looks like...
something like that. I don't... Okay, right off the bat, I don't really see the futuristic in this. This looks like Warframe. I don't know how to like... the aesthetic to me, this is like Warframe, like definitive Warframe. And again, that's not like a diss or anything. It's just like, I don't get tech. I don't get tech.
I don't get futuristic.
I don't get futuristic. I don't get synthwave. I don't get steampunk. I don't get like brutalism. I don't get any like I just don't really get much period from this theme wise. No, I do appreciate and respect the attempt to like just commit to like maximalism here. It's something that's really, really, really difficult to pull off in Warframe because you have often a skin that is super, super busy, and then you need to match attachments that are just as busy and have the same design language with that skin that don't clash with the silhouette, and it's tough. So I respect the attempt here. I feel like with the theme in mind, it doesn't work. Because you got this corpus thing going on, you got a sentient skin in like kind of Narmer colors. I can kind of get that vibe. But it doesn't feel like it's held together all too well, like thematically enough for me to be like, oh, this is like maybe like some Narmer aesthetic or something. It just seems kind of directionless to me.
I'm getting Iron Man from the red and gold combination.
I can see that color wise, but like since it's such
Yeah,
on
it's just
it's
a
on a
that's
such
just
a
a bad.
busy frame, right? It's
Yeah.
like I don't even consider Iron Man because it's like the Volt sentient skin,
Yeah.
which is really tough to work with.
It's just the color scheme. I'm just like looking
Yeah,
at
yeah,
this
the
gold and
yeah.
red next to each other.
I kind of get like Narmer vibes, which I actually think if you committed to that would look really cool. I don't know if it would do well in this contest because it's like I wouldn't really consider trying to lean into like a Warframe faction as futuristic. I think that's playing it like way too safe.
I don't like the emblem here. I think it sits too low on the
Yeah,
Protavire shoulder
Protobire,
piece.
especially on how it sits on Volt. Yeah.
I I actually don't really like this shoulder piece over here too. I think it's a
I'm not a
different
fan of it either.
I think it's too smooth and the rest of the skin is just has like so much going on. It's like
I think
almost
it's
a
too
different
Warframe.
material.
I think it's too Warframe. Like yeah. Um, the colors here remind me of like Narmer, and then you have sentient skin, Protavire attachments, and then you have like a shoulder attachment with a literal corpus head and like a redeemer stuck to it. This doesn't pull me away from Warframe enough to be like, ah, that is futuristic or anything in that vein, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I do think the colors are fine, not in the context of this contest, but yeah, I don't. Thematically, this one doesn't really work for me.
There's only so much you could do with the Volt Deluxe in regards to colors, because it's just how the skin looks. It's pretty hard to fashion in my opinion. And as for the Syandana, I think it's fine. The Syandana looks fine.
I think it works well with the skin, but again, it leaves me questioning or leaves me wondering like what part of the Cyandana is meant to convey any like futuristic like theme. It doesn't really do much besides like complement the skin.
I actually think that if you're gonna go to for the Protovire's shoulders, you should go for something different for the chest.
Honestly, if I were to submit this as okay, this is like a pure critique of the fashion, ignoring the context of this contest. I would remove everything. I would keep the skin if you wanted if you want to work with the skin and helmet, keep the colors, keep the Syndana, remove the ephemera, lean really hard into the Narmer look because I feel like that's the only thing the skin is really good for. It is legitimately a very difficult skin to work with, and then you might have something really cool there. But again, I don't think that this works for the theme contest. But good attempt. You're working with a really difficult skin here, so I will respect anyone who wants to throw a Volt Deluxe out there
Yeah.
because it's really tough. It really is. And this is coming from someone who has made how many videos on sentient looking Warframes, so it's a tough skin to work with.
Yeah, I mean, the inside energy could technically give futuristic vibes, but then you have this color scheme.
Yeah, and the textures and
I would
materials
agree.
of the skin look so Warframe, like definitively Warframe. It's hard to like.
If you're
Yeah.
gonna work with this skin to give futuristic vibes, you have to go a different color scheme, not this one. Yeah, it looks ancient god, but yeah, it does look ancient god. That's a problem. Ancient.
Yeah,
That's the
it
keyword.
looks like
Ancient.
ancient, and it also looks very. It's clear like it still looks so Warframey because it has sentient design language. It doesn't matter what colors you put on it; it will always have sentient design language. And whenever I think sentient design language, I just think Warframe, and it's really difficult for me to disconnect sentient that look away from base game Warframe. And yeah, so it's just you know.
You look good in our dojo though. You match the floors.
I'll say this is like for Volt Deluxe, this is good. Like I've seen a billion worse Volt Deluxes that have tried to use the skin. So yeah, it could be better. And if you are for this theme challenge though, I don't think it works at all, unfortunately.
Alright, so if you want to do some emotes, go ahead. It'll show up in the video as we make cuts. Emotes, poses, etc. Just stay on stage while we're filming. And keep in mind, your entries are probably going to be scored like in regards to other entries. We try to look at the overall strength of the competition and then, you know, just edit our feedback.
Unrelated, but like man, the sentient skins are just so ooh, I feel like the they've just not been that great. Even the Tennogen sentient skins, I don't really like, unfortunately.
So yeah, if anyone is entering, you have to go to the end of the line and make sure you get an invite from Lucy. Next up, we have Zaki. Gamer, thank you for entering. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, go to the front. This is Zaki Ovo. I don't know if you're still here. Oh, they're here. We have another deluxe skin.
Ooh, okay. Nova, first Nova. Fun.
Is this
Excuse me, I'm
Valorum?
dying.
Valorum in the front. And Diva. Misa Prime.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Red Veil like attachments. Looks like we have a
Huh.
weapon here.
Yeah, it's the what, X Ultra or not X Ultra, the whatever the Corpus weapon double. Yeah, cool. Name's hard.
And we have Verve Ephemera.
Huh. Okay.
And Sevagoth Noble Pose. I don't like the shade of gray used here.
Yeah.
It's a bit too
I think
stark next to this shade of gold.
I think the gray could have been something different. This skin is really difficult to work with. So respect first off for trying to use it because it
it's like one giant color channel, and then everything else is like tiny bits. Um, I like the dual energy that you have going on with the helmet. You've got and the ephemera. So you have like the blue and purple. That's really cool and neat. It's not going unnoticed. Sigil in the front, I don't think it does much, and I think a sigil like that is so coded in like Warframe design that it takes me out of things. I
think the alpha
don't.
is too much on the sigil. Like, it's showing
Yeah.
this bright gold color, and it doesn't match the gold that's on the frame itself. I think the alpha is too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. I again, I think the ephemera and skin are really good here. I'm not a fan of the attachments, especially the shoulders. They, I feel like they clash a lot with the aesthetic. Same with the knee pads.
Yeah, I don't like the red veil attachments on the legs.
Yeah, I appreciate that they're subtle and they're not like overbearing, but I don't see the point of having that shape there when you are going for a futuristic frame on a pretty minimalistic like silhouette. It just sort of seems like clutter for the sake of like throwing something there.
I think it
Same
doesn't
with
go well with the knee. Like, the way that it
yeah,
sits, the red veil attachment doesn't
I
fit.
agree. Yeah. Same with the chest like piece. I think it kind of feels like it's there just to fill in something, just to have something there. But I don't really feel like you need to have something there. A lot of this, I actually think, feels like you just put things there to fill things in. But I don't really think you needed to.
Yeah, because the lines are they're very straight. Like, look at this line, this sharp line of the red veil attachment, and then the shoulder piece. But then on the skin itself, the lines that are present on it, they're like wrapping around the frame.
Yeah.
They're wrapping around the frame, and then you have these very stiff attachments.
Yeah. The skin itself is like pretty well put together and very tight. Everything is like not floating off the frame, and then you have pieces that I just feel like don't do much here. Just a general like advice to anyone even listening with deluxe skins. Deluxe skins are hard to work with. Less is honestly more. If you're going to do deluxe fashion, you have to just like hone down on just the colors mostly. Maybe you can swap out a helmet, but most of it is just going to be like you're selling the skin based off its colors. I think if you were to get rid of the attachments, you can keep. I think the Vanka or whatever you have going on with the Sugatras. That's kind of neat. That's cute. Keep that. That and the ephemera look really good. Everything else,
The ephemera
I feel like
looks
it's too
really
much.
good against black. Like, I always love Verve against black. I think it adds more to it. And, like,
Yeah.
that's one case where I'd be like, yeah, go pure black. But the Misa, the purple that's used on Misa here, it's too bright. That is too bright. It doesn't
Yeah,
really go with
there's
the
a bit of
gold that you
inconsistency with the
chose.
colors here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would remove the Cyandana. Again, I feel like I would really
I would
focus
go
more
with
on colors
something
here.
else. Yeah.
I really really like the blue on the base I almost said Mesa.
Yeah.
Base Nova, and then the ephemera being purple. That's really cool. And something that like you're messing around with two energy colors there. That's really unique and not something that a lot of people do. That's fun. But again, the attachments really take this like it takes me out of it a lot. It kind of just is too much Warframe with the attachments, I feel like.
Yeah. The attachments don't really fit, and the gray versus the gold. It's too much of a stark contrast, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe make the metallic a little bit on the I'd go maybe honestly maybe cool colors here.
I would go
Maybe
for
colder.
a more desaturated, cool type of gold.
Yeah. I'd make it not look like gold, I guess. Maybe like a metal that is
Like a pale gold, maybe.
sure that works, yeah.
Pale gold would work here.
Yeah.
And then
Slight
you
tweak
wouldn't-
on the gray as well.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't have this problem of this gold versus gray.
Yeah.
But overall, I don't know. It was almost there.
Yeah, I think it's such a shame because I really feel like the colors here, minus some tweaks, are pretty solid. Skin choice, very good. Ephemera with the skin choice, great. But the attachments like take me out of this being futuristic frame and
the
more of just like,
Shigatsu's not
hey, this
needed.
is like a Warframe. Like, I don't really want to be like, oh, this is a Warframe. I kind of want to be like, oh, this is like a robot, or this is like, you know, something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Minor tweaks would make this really, really, really good. It's still a solid entry, but consider less when working with deluxe skins. And the pistols you could go without probably. I don't think they do much with their silhouette.
Yeah, the sign down is too bright. The purple coming from it. But I do like the animation. That I like her hand posing. I think it looks really cool. Very aggressive. So if you want to do an animation, like any emotes, anything like that, feel free to. We'll be filming right now. In the meantime, we ask that Fox in the Woods get ready to go up to the front. Oh, that's a nice animation. Nope, it's today. Thank you. Alright, Fox in the Wood, you're up next. We have a Wukong.
Wukong. Okay. Hmm.
We have a sigil in front.
All right, I'll start by saying, okay, no, that helmet doesn't come with that skin. The prime body is really taking me out of this. The helmet is fine.
I love
In
the
fact,
helmet.
I love that helmet. It's very techy. It's got that visor look going on.
I like the gray.
Fantastic. Like
I like the
if
gray
you're
that
gonna,
they chose.
yeah, the gray contrasting with the blue and then the green looks great. The skin, however, the actual body doesn't, unfortunately. Rekau is a great artist if you're going to go for this kind of look, but this is very incomplete because I feel like if you were using that skin that he made, it would look very, very solid. Nothing about the base prime Wukong body looks very futuristic to me, or at least is conveying that to me. The colors on the helmet, however, are. It's just everything else really isn't doing it for me.
I think you should choose either the blue or the green and desaturate one instead of having both of them bright. Because right now, when you isolate the blue and the green and put them next to each other, it's a bit,
Yeah.
it's kind of bright. It's like, desaturate one so that there's better flow with the gray that's present on the primary colors. It's like two highlighter colors. But I like the idea of the sigil in the front. It's just, yeah, the
sigil adds a lot of green where there wouldn't be, and I think that's like
I like that
I feel like
instead
you're
of an
working with
attachment.
you're working with what you have, I feel like, and it's solid for that, but you also chose a very difficult frame. Uh yeah. Good on you for using the, what are those, the Fierce or whatever? No, not Fierce, the Fisties. Those are cool.
I think
I
it
like that.
adds to the tech look, the
I would
futuristic look,
I
because
would
of the
have
sheep.
strayed away with like the blue on them. Maybe lean more into those being weapons. Uh, I feel like the blue is just sort of kind of random on them. Could have made them look a little bit more aggressive. But yeah,
I
not
think
much
the
to say on this
green
one
is a little bit too
for
bright.
me.
Just a bit too bright. I would tone it down just a little bit. If you want to work with that same shade, just tone it down a little bit more. The blue, this blue shade could be adjusted. Both of them could be adjusted really, but you could keep the same idea of having a light blue and a light green. This is a matter of tone. I do like that you didn't, you know, go hard on attachments here, but yeah. This isn't a bad entry, and compared to some other entries we've had, I do think this does give a futuristic vibe in some way.
Yeah, for me, it's really the helmet and weapons that are really selling this for me. I would have loved to see you carry that onto the skin more. Uh, I do appreciate that there are limited attachments and not assigned Anna. Because I feel like if you were to include those things and they didn't complement what you have going on, it would have decreased your score significantly. It looked really messy. So it's very clean. It doesn't really convey anything futuristic enough for me, but I appreciate that it's
I think the
consistent and
stance
clean.
is kind of ruining it.
The stance is also.
It needs to be stiff. I think the stance should be more stiff, and then you could have like a real robot theme going on.
Yeah, I think they were trying to go with like a real steel boxing thing.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna go with that, texture is a really important thing. That movie is very like, I wouldn't say gritty, but you had like pretty clean robots, very hyper clean, like hyper gloss. Maybe a void shell skin would work really well here, right?
Oh, I agree with that.
And then you also had like very rusted and broken down and worn metal. So with the Wreckout helmet, if you're gonna go for that clean look, that clean like robot look, consider a void shell skin here and maybe match the textures. You might have something really strong.
Mm-hmm. Theme is pretty strong here. It's just, yeah, it's just unfortunate about the base.
Yeah, and if you are going to use void shell, definitely avoid prime details. No prime details.
So if you want to emote, go ahead. I'll give Ludens some time to think about the scoring. And in the meantime, we'll have We have Symmetric up next. Thank you for your entry, Fox in the Woods. If you have a second entry, please go to the back. If not, go to the front. Next up, we have Symmetric. Misa.
Mesa.
Misa Noble.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, like right off the bat, I really like these colors. I think this is very like steampunk kind of. Yeah, the
I think they should have went brighter with the gray, actually, to solidify futuristic.
yeah. I think.
I think everything's too down-tuned. Like, I really like the metallic and the red
Excuse me.
and the
Yeah,
gray.
the red and metallics I like.
But
The
I
textures
think-
here are also really good.
Yeah.
The shoulders I don't care for. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. I feel like the shoulders don't do much for me, and the Cyandana is also. I wouldn't pick the Cyandana here, not for what you have going on. I like the regulator
go for an
skins.
ephemera here instead of using a Cyandana. Like Gloriana would have looked nice here, maybe. If you're gonna go for a circle in the back. But yeah, I don't really care for the shoulders either.
Yeah, they look clean, but I don't think they do anything.
For the theme, yeah.
Yeah, they just have like points to them, and I'm like, okay, they have like
I think
a
they
shape
conflict
that looks
with
like
the
a
chest.
fork.
I think the
The
shape.
chest as well.
Yeah, I think it conflicts with the chest piece. I like the
Yeah,
chest piece though.
chess piece is okay. I don't mind it. I think it. There are worse chess pieces to use, and this one fits fine. I like the regulator skins. I think those add a lot.
Yeah, I
That is
agree with that.
I noticed that. Yeah, I feel like this is it. It's there, definitely. It could be. Again, I just the attachments here, and then the Cyandana. I don't really feel like do much.
How do you feel about the helmet choice?
It's great. Yeah, I think the helmet's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I'd go one brighter for the gray. Just a bit, like a tiny bit brighter. But overall, pretty good entry.
So I'm very brave for using like white energy. That's something that like a lot of people
It
stay
could
away
backfire.
with. Yeah, and tend to just go with like a color. But I actually kind of like the white energy here. I think it's neat. Could have also probably went with like. Yeah, you know what? I just stick with the white energy. That looks nice.
Yeah, I do agree that white energy is the best here. If you want to do some posing while we're filming, I think it looks pretty clean.
Yeah, this one's good. Very, very good.
The metallic gold looks great.
Yeah, in the right like environment and with the right weapon and pose, this would sell like pretty well. Like this is nice. Yeah. Yeah, good job.
Alright, so Soy, thank you for your entry. I appreciate that you just found our contest today. Starting off strong. So if you have a second entry, go to the back. If not, you could go to the front. If you want to do a few more expressions or emotes, feel free to. In the meantime, we're gonna ask Brandom Cedo to get ready and go up to the front. Is Brandom Cedo here? Oh god, I forgot to take a picture of the last entry. While
That's
we're
alright.
while
That
we're
one's stuck in my mind.
Oh, it's stuck in your mind? Okay, good.
Yeah, that one's not going away.
So, maybe we should skip over Brandom Cedo if they're not here. Maybe go to the next... Oh, you're here, you're here. Okay, good, good, good. Alright, just walk a little bit more forward so that you're in the center of the circle here, like where this boat is. So it doesn't, a little bit more forward. Oh no, it's no problem.
Gauss. Okay. I assume the pole arm is not intended.
Yeah,
because
just walk a little bit more forward. Thank you. So, we have the Agito skin.
Yes.
Love the green. Just right off the bat, I like the green. It's kind of unfortunate about the weapon.
I'll just pretend it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so great skin. I'll say that. I feel like the energy color here could have been a little bit more like I feel like you went with a safe energy color. Blue is like that tone of blue is very safe. I
Super
would have loved to
safe,
see
yeah.
something contrast off that green more. Maybe like an orange. But yeah, it's or even like a yellow. It's fine. The sigil in the front doesn't do anything for me, and I just feel like it kind of is there to be there. Same with the chest piece, honestly. The skin, I feel like, doesn't really work that well with a lot of attachments because it's just textures and whatnot. So I honestly wouldn't have used much here, but I do like the ephemera. I think that looks neat. Same with the sign Dana. Sorry, I'm like need water.
I like the shoulder attachment for this. It was kind of worrying when I saw it, but like just looking at it, it looks fine. I probably would have made the white for the attachments like just a bit like one darker, because it is a different shade from Agito. You have a toned down silver for the base, but I actually do like the chest piece. Yeah, you can make these shoulder attachments look more a part of the frame, but I do like the silhouette. If you're gonna use a front sigil, what I would have recommend is I can recommend you to make the height a bit shorter so that you still have the blue energy going off the side. I think that was your intention. I don't like how the bottom of the spokes like sticks out from it, I guess. Because of the alpha that you're using, I know you're trying to get the blue to show up like from the center of it. I do think you should have reduced the height and maybe the positioning of it, the X positioning. I mean the Y positioning. Sorry, the Y positioning. You can move it up and hide it a bit more. The bottom of it. This Sayadana, I like it.
It's fine. Yeah, it works.
I think it fits.
I feel like it fits. With a frame that has so much white and like a pretty, I would say like neutral looking metallic channel. I wish you maybe like experiment with the cyanana. Maybe just like make it like a different color. Maybe make it an accent piece. I really don't feel like there's enough of like an accent piece here that draws me into the skin. Everything about it feels very safe, and that's not like necessarily a bad thing. It just I feel like it could look so much more interesting if you were to like.
I would say
Be a
use
little bit braver
varying
with the colors.
shades. Yeah, use varying shades on the attachment itself, because the pure white that are on the attachments, I think if you made that like maybe a light, like the lightest green shade on the Rot palette, that would look really nice. The chest piece, it's not very offensive. It still works, but I would be a bit more daring on the chest piece as well. The leg plates, I like that. Keep it.
I'm indifferent. I don't really care too much about them. One of the big things with a frame like this in the Caliban stance, I feel like you should keep the legs pretty clean. Gauss has pretty thin legs, and if you're going for like the floaty look, I think having his stick legs
Yeah, actually,
like unobscured by
yeah.
things would look much
Ye-
cleaner and kind of complement his
I actually
stance more.
looked at the shape, the general shape more, and it's, yeah, it doesn't flow very well, but I just really like the blue energy that it added to the legs. That's what I really liked about it.
The strip of energy looks very nice.
Yeah, that's what I think looked nice about it. But yeah, this, after looking at the shape a bit more, I actually agree with what Ludens said here. But if you were to take a picture of this, like a Captura, like, it would look really nice.
Yeah. Overall, it's like safe, and it's fine, like perfectly fine, and it's good. But I just wish it was a little bit more, less on the safe side, and you played up some of the colors more.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. It's solid. It's a really solid entry. The attachments, they're nice. Very few flaws. And the ephemera, I like it. I love the shade of dark gray that you used. I like how it shows on the Jito skin next to the screen. So I would keep the shade of green. I think it's pretty perfect. But yeah, adjust the blue. Very clean entry. If you want to do some emotes, feel free to do them right now while we're filming. I'm gonna take a picture of this. Alright. So, next on the list, we're gonna ask Zaros to get ready. Random Cedo, thank you so much for your entry. If you have a second one, please go to the back. If not, you could go to the front. Next up, we have Helios, aka Zaros. Late entries have to go last, so we're not going to be filming those right away, and just remember to ask Lucy for an invite. Please walk like one step forward. One step
Chlorophyll.
forward.
Is a chlorophyll intentional? I can't tell.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna pretend the chlorophyll doesn't exist.
Oh,
It's intentional? Okay, I'll pretend it exists now. Okay.
I don't really like the attachments.
I was just gonna say that.
The
Yeah,
shoulder
right off the bat.
and the chest. It's a different texture.
Thighs as well. It's all the same set.
Yeah, it's the same set.
Yeah, I really like that set, but not on the skin. You got some clipping issues because of your stance.
I think the chest piece doesn't sit very well on the skin. Like,
No.
it's sticking out. It doesn't really flow well with the frame.
No. One thing I do like is the dual energy you got going on here with yellow and like that blue. I think that's really cool. It's really neat to see that. I'd like to see more entries that experiment with no energy or dual energy or, stuff like that. So that's really neat. But I'm not a fan of the attachments here. I think they break up the silhouette. They don't really do much for me, and I don't really think you need the yellow metallics there. The only yellow that you really have is on the energy. Having it on the metallics for the attachments, I can see what you're trying to do there, but it doesn't. The attachments themselves don't really do much. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a texture clash. So they got rid of the energy color for
Yeah.
for the back part. I noticed that.
I think that's fine.
I kind of appreciate it.
Yeah, that's neat. Add some points to the back, which I feel like work well with the helmet, obviously because they came in the same set. Death Scythe Gundam, I can see that. Again, with the Gundam thing is being that it's like trying to be based off a Gundam, you have to be really careful. This one is pretty solid. I see it more than the others, but I think you're really limiting yourself because you're trying to stick to that. Yeah, it really is just the attachments for me. The black is also pretty overbearing. It's very, very dark. It contrasts off the white. It contrasts off the white a lot. That white part of Titania is kind of metallic, so it's very, very bright. And I would have liked to see you play around with more. Maybe inject
Gray.
maybe some grays or just like
add some gray.
some hue of color into both the white and black to kind of like
make
them less
color.
plasticky and less less aggressive, I guess. But I mean, idea wise, it's solid.
Alright, so if you want to do any posing, feel free to do it right now. Be busy scoring. Next up, we're gonna ask Bana to get ready to go to the front. Thank you for your entry. Zaros, Bana, please go to the front. We have Verb Sigil up front, Nova, Deluxe.
Okay.
An emblem.
Clan emblem. Oh man, the Cyandana energy color reminds me of like candy. You know, like those like oh, like those like a Starburst candy or something. I don't know.
I think the white is a bit too stark. It's either like
Yeah, this
the,
is very
the white
like
is too stark.
acidic. Okay, so like the other Nova Deluxe entry, again with the attachments. I don't think the attachments here necessarily are necessary. I think they just again clash with the silhouette, especially the shoulders. They go upward. They're pointy. Nova Deluxe is pretty curvy and slim. Don't really think you need anything on the shoulders here. Same with the chest and legs. I do like the dual emissive energy that you have going on, but I feel like uh, the Mountain Dew green and blue are maybe a little too much going on at the same time there. Yeah, those two colors plus that like greenish like teal that you got going on for the metallics, I feel like
I feel like the shade of
a little too strong.
The shade of green is, it doesn't fit well with the light yellow that you have going on here. This is like a pine green. If you look at pine green, this is what it looks like. This shade is pine green, and I actually think that it doesn't really. You should have either made like the intentions to like build around this pine green, or you should have picked the yellow green and, you know, adjust that shade and form your frame around that. The verb, I don't think it adds much to the frame.
No.
The verb sigil doesn't add
Is
much.
there a Sandana here? Okay,
Mm.
there is. Yeah, it's that one. I'm iffy on the Sandana. I mean, it's whatever. I just think it's a lot going on because of everything else. So,
Yeah. There are too many shades of greens going on, but they're from different shades. What I do really like is the gold that's over here. It's like a greenish gold that you're using. I think you should have played off of that more and, you know, commit to using that dark color that you're using right now and this gold, and then change this mid-tone green, this pine green, and maybe not make the shade of yellow greenish. Let's go full commit to yellow instead of a greenish yellow. But if you want to do some emotes, feel free to go ahead. We're going to be taking a picture of this entry, do some filming. I don't know if Lucy or Emer are here, but we need someone to deal with the people in chat who arrived late. Next up, we asked that Rapid Dog get ready for their entry. Yeah, we have a rapid dog next up. Or a rabid dog.
Okay, an ash. Huh.
The
Um. All right, right off the bat, I don't think the skin works. Um. The yeah. The Koga skin is very limiting, and it's also very like the aesthetic of it is very organic, and it
yes.
doesn't scream to me anyway futurism, like futuristic, like tech or like
The only thing
even
that's
techno
giving
organic doesn't really give me
futuristic is
that.
probably the lightest shade of white and gray next to each other. But other
Yeah.
than that, yeah, the skin has some textural things going on, and
Yeah. You
um
got some things clashing, especially with the. Okay, first of all, I'm glad you didn't use attachments because it does look very clean. Like there's no clutter here. The skin is already pretty bulky. It already has a pretty like I wouldn't say busy silhouette, but a silhouette where you really can't afford to stack things on top of it. So the
good
restraint
job on
there
that.
is a really good. Yeah, good job on restraining yourself from like throwing stuff on top of the deluxe skin. That being said, the Syndana here clashes heavily with the skin, I feel like, and doesn't really do much. For me, the skin doesn't give me tech vibes. The Syndana does. Putting them together just really confuses me. I'm going to assume the melee weapons are not meant to be holstered. So, overall,
The silhouette is cool, but
yeah, I'm pretty just.
the
I wish you
skin
used a
it's
different skin.
yeah, the
I like
skin
the
textures
ideas.
itself is
Yeah. Um,
I think you could put
I
this color scheme and the same attachments, the same concept, just on a different skin.
yeah, if you were to put this maybe on the Wreck House skin or the Yada skin, obviously, I feel like you'd have something there. Um,
Yeah, stop typing in the dojo, guys. Just type
yeah,
in
we're
chat.
recording. I mean, I'll read it, but configure the weapons and system control. Okay, so like I get your theme, but again, it's just like at first glance, without that context, like I'm just looking at what you present to me, right? It's really difficult for me to like draw those conclusions without you telling me exactly what is meant to be what. And that's not, and that really is just a fault of the skin itself having a pretty like um, definitively like organic looking uh, language. So yeah, um, that's all I got.
It looks good. It's just theming.
I kind of like the ephemera that you got going on.
I
It
like the
kind of adds that
ephemera here.
visor to the head. I think it adds like it kind of looks like a visor to me. So I think that's intentional and it looks cool there. But again, it's like the skin itself. If you are going with, let's say, a futuristic samurai or something like that, um, there's too much organics going on and not enough. Uh, it's organic and it's incredibly busy and ornate in detail. And even if you put those colors and intention behind everything else, it doesn't really translate well to that skin. So it's been unfortunate. Um, but yeah, I mean, it could be worse, and you could have cluttered it up. So um, good job on that.
Alright, so please do some emotes if you want. I'm gonna be taking a picture of this entry. You know, from afar, this looks like a good tech fashion, but as soon as you move up close, you kind of see what Ludens was talking about. But from afar,
Yeah, it's really just a problem with like deluxe skins are very much set in like they're just difficult to work with. And if you are going to use a deluxe skin, it's you'd want one where it's already working, it's doing half the work for you, right? You don't want to work against the skin, and a skin like this, it's very it's just too organic to really work with this theme. I feel like. Excuse me.
are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just like thirsty.
Alright, thank you for your entry, Rapid Dog. Next up, we have Zad. Make sure you're in front of the circle, like right over here.
Okay, Titania.
Just walk forward. Just
Alright,
two
I'm going to
steps
like
above.
be back in like 30 seconds. I need some water.
Take your time. Just walk a little bit more. Like, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, what do we have? Titania.
We have a Titania with a light queen blue with a bright pink, pinkish purple, and yellow energy colors and emissives,
Alright.
along with Verve. And Protovire chest piece on the Donan skin.
Okay. And the leg pieces are the Katir thingies.
Mm-hmm. The Katir
Okay.
Foros.
I assume the shurikens are throwing weapon skins. That's intended, I assume. Okay. Do you want to go first?
Yeah. So right off the
Okay.
bat, I like the energy colors. Like, I love the wing colors. I think it's, like Flurp said, it's pretty on point. I don't like the way that it looks next to this specific shade of blue. I do think the shade of blue should have been made one shade darker, because this middle tone, I don't know, there's something about it next to the purple and yellow. I mean the purplish pink and the yellow, that it doesn't quite fit the shade of blue. I do like the color family, but it needs to be either brighter or darker. And the Protovire piece is okay. So are the Katir leg pieces, but I'm not sure I really like the shoulder attachments. Like, I'm not gonna lie. They're kind of a bit much on her slender frame. She has a very small frame, and we do know that at the start of the competition, someone else used these attachments on the Donan skin, but it's because they made her animation set more hunched forward with a bigger sign Donna. It made sense to use that shoulder attachment with the skin, but over here and like what it's trying to convey, like the vibe, her straight back, it doesn't fit. It looks clunky here. Like she has a graceful stance because you're using the Titanium Noble animation set, but it just interferes with, yeah, it's stuck onto there. Verve, I think it works well. It's pretty. Yeah, the throwing knives holster. I'm not sure how you feel about it. Do you have any comments, Ludens?
Yes, plenty. First off, the colors here for the energy are great. These are amazing colors on the energy. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic, especially with the ephemera. Looks great. That being said, it's so close for me. But everything about the attachments here, including the sigil, I feel like is just trying too hard or just trying to put things there for the sake of putting things there. And I feel like it detracts a lot from what would be almost perfect for me. I'm okay with the knees or like the leg armor. That's fine. The sigil in the front, the conclave sigil, I don't think is necessary.
They're trying to add the blue there.
Yeah, body. I feel like they could leave that area blank and it would be fine. You have a pretty, you have a skin that isn't too crazy about its color channels anyways in terms of how it's blocked out. You don't really need blue there. I think it's fine if you leave it blank. And the chest in particular, I feel like doesn't work. Clashing textures, obviously, it just sticks out, and I see why you want it there to add the same energy that you have from the wing, the helmet, across the frame, and you want something in there in the chest, but it's not.
It's clunky.
It doesn't really work for me. It's clunky. Yeah, same thing with the shoulders. Like what was said before, I don't think they complement the silhouette, at least in this context, that well. But I don't think they're like too terrible. I just feel like I just wish they weren't there. Everything else though, in terms of the colors, yeah, they're pretty solid. They're not like you can tweak them a little bit. I would take the suggestions that were given before. But besides that, it's very solid. Again, with just like being subtle with the deluxe skins, I think is much safer like than trying to play them up with a bunch of stuff here. And in that regard, I don't really care about the shurikens. So
the blue, go either darker or lighter. The in between color, it starts to make sort of like something that looks muddy. You either want to blend it or you want to make it contrast. So I would stick to that shade of blue, but just change it up a little bit.
This is very solid though. Like I feel like I have a lot of critiques for this, but that's just because like it's so close to being really, really, really like perfect. But this is a very solid entry, minus some complaints.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, good job, good job.
Alright, if you want to do any special animations, go ahead. We'll be filming. In the meantime, we're gonna ask that Yumi's is ready to get up on stage as soon as this is done. Alright, Yumi's, please go to the front. So we have the Octavia Iridos alternate helmet.
Looks like a yeah, signed in a okay. Huh.
I like this one a lot.
Yeah, this one's solid. I'm a little conflicted just because this leans so heavily into like corpus tech. But like it's on the safe side, but like for what it is, it's executed very, very well. Yeah, no, this is really good. If there's anything that I would like change about this, would just be the leg armor. I don't think you need it. That's all. And maybe the shoulders. I also feel like don't really do much.
I
It
actually
would
like
be
the
very
leg armor.
like stripped down, but
This personally, I think it goes with this Syandana, but it's also a different shade. So that's
yeah.
the bad part about the leg armor.
Yeah, I just feel like it with how like spindly her legs are, it just seems like a random like just thing attached to it on its side. It I get like thematically it fits and it matches with the Syndana, but it doesn't really do much for like her silhouette there on her leg. I just feel like it's a little off. Um yeah, the colors are good here. It is pretty, I don't want to say standard. I will say you're playing it safe. But it's also like very good. Um,
I think the orange could be just a tiny bit darker. That's like my one critique.
I actually, I would
Tiny.
personally, I want the orange to be a little bit more saturated, a little brighter. But, um, yeah, no, this is fine. This is good.
Oh,
I don't really
when I
have
mean
much to
darker,
say.
I mean like how do I say it? Like just
Less
something.
vibrant.
Mm, more vibrant, yet less less yellow.
Maybe more orangey.
Yeah, more orangey, less
Okay,
yellow.
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't mean like darker, dark as in darker. I like the saturation here. I wish it could be more, but I think it was. I wish it was more straight up orange rather than a lighter orange, less pale. Oh, sorry, my mouse.
You're good. Yeah, I think yeah, I mean it's a very good entry, but like I'm hesitant to I wouldn't recommend like re-entering, but I would consider it just because I feel like this is for me it's a little too safe. Like you're playing it a little safe for me. And it's I wouldn't say it's like not interesting, but I don't find this as like impressive as other entries. Even though I think this is like very, very, very solid for the theme. Um,
Personally, I quite like this one. I like the
yeah, it is very good though.
I like the shoulders a lot here. I think it adds to it. The shoulders, it was a good choice. And the Syandana. but I agree. It is a bit safe, but sometimes, you know, safe could be good.
Safe is fine, yeah.
Just in comparison to other entries, like,
It's safe, but it doesn't do anything like really wrong. I feel like, which bumps it up higher than possibly more interesting entries that have issues that kind of take me out of them.
Yes.
So yeah.
So feel free to do an animation. In the meantime, while we're filming, we're gonna ask Uikulu to get ready. Alright. Thank you for your entry, Yumis. Please go to the back. Next up, we have Uikulu. And we'll be ending round 1 very shortly. Alright. We have a Hildren with Spinneret, Ephemera, Protovire, chest and shoulder pieces, and a Donin Syandana.
Right off the bat, yeah, I'm not really feeling the Hildren Prime details. I think there is something very like very ornate about Hildren Prime that it's really difficult to work into anything.
Hildren Prime looks very, you know, it was meant to be like, it was meant to have references to like, you know, like tribal, like a tribal look.
Yeah, so I think because of that, you're already like this is struggling to really like sell me on anything on the theme at least. I think the ephemera is a cool idea. Maybe with like a darker base if you want to go with like
Yeah.
it's kind of like
Looks like putty.
yeah, for some reason my mind is thinking of I have like Spider-Verse brain rot right now. That one character in Spider-Verse, like Spider Bite or whatever, where they're just like digital and stuff. I feel like you could have maybe done something like that with the ephemera.
I think
with
Verve
with a
works
darker
here, but
base.
if you have it, Verve would have worked better. I do think the base colors, though, they're too close to each other. Like, it looks like a monochromatic frame.
Yeah,
basically.
this looks like putty to me, or like an untextured frame.
It's like
or like
light gray
uncolored
and
frame.
pink.
Yeah.
And to me, it's just a bit. There's like several issues with that when you have the colors all being like the same, like the primary, the secondary, and then you have the accent colors being too close. It loses a lot of dimension.
Mm-hmm. It looks very flat, which I think the only thing that's really giving it any depth is the ephemera.
Yeah, the
and the Syandana, yeah.
And this Syandana has a different shade of pink compared to the pink that's on the frame. It sticks out a bit much because of that. There are different shades.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to really say on this one. I feel like it misses the mark on the theme for me. I don't think it's like the worst children fashion though. I just feel like you have chosen a frame, and in particular a prime frame with details that like fight you against this theme like really 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 hard. Yeah, so if you do want to reconsider submitting, definitely avoid something with I guess that language. Yeah.
Let me take a picture of this.
the colors, I will say like one thing is minus the fact that is an excessive amount of gray here that kind of washes everything out. I don't really mind the pink here. It's like a very playful pink, which I feel like is cool.
I really like the pink
But
and the
again,
gray.
for just like future reference, and anyone who's listening right now who's planning on resubmitting anything and is working on stuff right now, colors can only really carry you so far. As much as like the colors may like scream or try to convey futuristic in theme, you got to pay attention to your textures and your skins and like the design of them. If you have something that is incredibly ornate and like regal looking, and you're trying to do, synthwave, it's gonna clash really, really hard. So, just something to take into consideration for next time, or if you are trying to build a futuristic fashion.
All right. So if you want to pose a bit, feel free to go ahead. Next up, we have passive net. Oh, thank you, 09. Passive net, you're up next. Please walk forward and stay in the golden circle. Thank you. Oh.
Oh.
So we have a full set of Iridos. This is a full set of Iridos. Every single attachment.
Yeah.
Leg piece, shoulder piece, the chest, and the Syandana. And waveform.
Yeah, so like I think this is too blue. This is like too cool. Uh you've got so much blue, and then you have black, and then it looks like gray, and then blue energy.
I really like the colors in the waveform ephemera. I wish they used that instead of the blue that they used on the base.
I would have liked to see the skin instead of the black that you used. Maybe just like a very, even like a little warm white, and go with that. Yeah, you have a very strong skin. The Octavia skin is incredibly strong. I don't want to say easy, but like it is significantly easier to use that skin for trying to convey anything futuristic than like the last submission, which was Hildren Prime. That being said, I feel like the colors here aren't really elevating the skin to fit the theme as much as they could be. And I also feel like tossing all the attachments, the entire set, plus the Syandana, doesn't really do much.
I actually don't think the Syandana adds much to it, even though
Yeah.
it's from the same set. I think you could have took the theming a bit further just by using a different Syandana.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like the attachments I'm indifferent about, but the Syandana in particular I feel like is weak, and the color choices here I feel like could be much stronger for
Yeah.
what for the skin that you're using. So.
I feel like most of the interest is in the waveform ephemera for me. It's just the shade of blue and black next to each other.
Excuse me, I have to take a phone call.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, never mind, it was scam. Just fucking scam callers.
So I'm gonna take a picture of this. If you want to do some posing, passive net, feel free to. And I'll work on scoring. All right. So thank you for entering passive net. Next up, we have Spagoofy.
How many more? Oh, okay.
Okay, so you're gonna make a call, Ludens. Since you're the second judge, I usually have long streams. I don't know how you feel about about letting last second, because there is a second round, but not everyone's gonna have second entries.
Yeah, I don't mind personally. I think if we want to have like the last minute people show up for the second round and second round only, that I don't really care.
Okay. I'm just
here
doing a
for
time check
while.
with you because
No, I'm good. I've got like maybe like a couple hours left in me. Although I prefer not to go for like.
I don't think we're gonna go for 6. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, next up we have Spagoofy. Please go to the front. And yeah, we are accepting new entries, but me personally, I need to.
Yeah, I might start like blasting through things and being a little bit less constructive if we
do that, yeah.
Yeah. Inaros is a really off the bat, that's a crazy choice, and I respect that a lot for attempting
I like
an
the
Inaros.
Lodestar chest piece. And I do like the Ephemer a lot.
Oh man, okay. So
I love the light blue, like the whitish blue that was used here.
I feel like this is like on the verge of being like something like, this is like a really really cool idea. I really like the skin, the helmet, the attachments. I'm not the biggest fan of the colors here. The silver and the red, I just doesn't do it for me. But I think you have a really cool base for like a pretty cool like techie knight thing going on right now, and it's really cool. But the colors for me don't do it, and I'm not a fan of the signed in whatever weapon you have on the back, I don't really care for.
Yeah, the back I could do without this. The sigil, I think you should have moved the glassmaker sigil up. I like your idea of asymmetrical emblems here. I think that's a really neat idea. The Lodestar chess piece, I think, adds the most to this. But like Ludens said, I think the combination of this silvery white and the red is just... it could be adjusted a little bit more. This is just like a stark red. And as you can see, it does something to the texture when you use this shade of red. So I recommend being pretty careful with it. It's coming off a bit tomato. Like, you could still use red. I just have problems with this shading because it's making the rusted parts stand out a bit too much.
Yeah. I'd also get rid of the excuse me, I'd also get rid of the Protovire, the leg pieces, but
Yeah.
besides that, I think really the thing holding me back from really liking this is one, the stance. Umbral Noble is just kind of awkward looking. But also just the colors I feel like don't really they feel sort of just there to be there. I feel like you could have leaned into more of a theme with the colors. Um, I would have really liked to see some sort of like, I don't know, Infinity Blade aesthetic knight going on here. Maybe some grays, tone it down a bit. But you still have that like techie mechanical vibe from the skin. But it's also Naros and it's very regal. I feel like you could have really done something cool there. Um, so the ideas are really good, but this one's a bit rough. It's in a rough spot.
Personally, I think a different helmet would work. I like the base, but the helmet, I would use something different if you can. But if not, then I would say I would keep it, but then change the accent colors from red. Move the sigil up. So, feel free to do an animation while we score you.
I actually just got a Naros Prime, so I will be taking this into consideration when I'm fashioning him because I haven't had the time to do that.
Next up, we have Dayquil. This is Dayquil here.
Gauss. Okay. Oh, that's a lot.
I think you should make the green darker. Either you make the green darker or you make the gold a different shade.
All right. I think, like the last entry, there's some pretty good ideas here. I think this one can easily get fixed by just like figuring out the colors. Gauss is very robotic looking already, especially just default helmet. Um, I I don't really get futuristic from this, but I easily can.
If you just
If you wanted to
fix
lean
it.
into like some steampunk kind of like patinaed machine, I think you can have something here.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I think the green looks a bit too new.
yeah. So I think you could definitely go with like steampunk, worn down metal patina, looking kind of
You just have to adjust the
golem
shades
robot thing.
darker.
Shades need to be darker. There needs to be
Some
like
aging
less
going on for the
saturation.
gold.
Yep. I would even throw, I mean, as even though Bloodshed is ruined, I would even consider like tossing in Bloodshed and really kind of working out how you could get that to give it some shine or just like wear something that makes it look a little bit worn down, more rusty. Yeah, the sigil in the front, I
I don't really like the sigil.
I don't like the sigil. I would get rid of the sigil. The attachments, I would also just get rid of if you're going to lean into that like
The
patina
attachment.
steampunk look. If that's your intention, I would get rid of the attachments. Mostly just because if you were to work on that, the attachments would clash and won't adapt the bloodshed sigil.
It's adding bright yellow, and I don't really
Yeah.
like that. And the front, the chest piece, the sign Donna.
I don't really care for the protovirus sign, Dana.
Yeah.
Again, it's very much green, but like if it's cloth,
It doesn't really
the
go
way
well
I
on a
yeah
robot.
the way I interpret this is like sort of kind of halfway there to like some, you know, aged patinaed like copper golem thing, but the colors are so bright that like I can't tell if that was intended or not. If it was though, good idea, great idea. Just lean into it more, and if you are going to lean into it more, get rid of the Syndana and attachments. Yeah.
I'll get rid of the shoulder attachment, the chest piece, change the Syndana, fix the colors, but keep the leg attachments. And keep the skin choice. Thank you for the entry. Let me take a picture of this. Alright, next up we have Kite Dizzy Sanity. Thank you for your entry, Dayquil. Please go to the back if you have a second entry. If not, go to the front. Is Kite Dizzy here?
Second round's after this, I think.
Yeah, second round's after this.
Man, this is like good, but I'll just save my thoughts. Hold on.
Take one step forward. So, I don't really like the ephemera.
Yeah.
I don't think it adds anything to it. The Sakara is purple. There's a bit too many colors that we're getting out of this. It's like black, white, and a few different colors, but they're not reoccurring colors, and I think that's a major issue with this.
Yeah, and they're also like all highlights.
Yeah, they're all
You get
highlight
like that blue,
colors.
you get that the green, you get that purple, and then the cyan. It's a lot.
And then the attachment on the shoulders is it's like off. It's like beige almost. It's like different colored.
I think it's just because the whatever the chest piece is takes colors differently. Like it has a weird metallic channel.
Yeah, the gold here is just like it's concentrated at the top and it doesn't appear anywhere else on the frame. So the color distribution is really off here.
So my primary issue with this, minus the fashion, is like outside of Warframe, right? Like how does this fit like any futuristic theme, right?
The blue that's on the helmet is carrying it all, but the shape of the helmet isn't giving futuristic.
And I will say, like, I actually really like this helmet. I feel like you could easily work this helmet into a different skin, but with the skin that you're using, which I think is a Hitsusan skin, plus the prime attachments and the Protovire Syndana, it's very regal. You get a lot of like, I don't want to say like prime aesthetic going on, but kind of do. And if I were to remove this Warframe uh, out of Warframe, I wouldn't really consider this futuristic at all. Um, yeah, I mean, it's not.
It's not
Now,
bad.
now, if I were to judge it outside of like the context of this competition or contest, I don't think it's that bad. Um, like the protovirus bandana with the skin, I feel like works okay. It's not offensive to me. Uh, shoulder armor, I would skip on personally, and I would also skip on the sigil. But like, it's minus a little bit of refinement in the colors. It's not. It's perfectly fine. Um, but for the contest, it misses the mark for me.
Mm-hmm. I also think that the front sigil going into the neck, like I think it's sitting too high. It's sitting too high. And I know you're trying to center it for this chest piece, but then that just means the chest piece is off. Just look how high this is sitting. I think you should have rotated the sigil, if anything. If you really want to use this, you have to rotate it and adjust the height, because it's going into the neck.
I will like give you props for using that helmet, or at least attempting to. I think it's a helmet that not a lot of people want to work with because people think it's ugly or it's just it clashes with a lot of things. I'm actually a pretty big fan of the helmet. Maybe not in this fashion, but I do like that you tried to use it because it's not something that is often used, and I do feel like that helmet can easily be like manipulated into this theme. Um, so, props for using that helmet. Cool.
All right.
Ugh. All right, so now I think we're on the second round. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the second round.
Okay. That was that was pretty good.
Oh gosh, this didn't copy correctly. All right, first round. All right. So, Scuggy, I don't know if you're still here. Oh, what's this?
Boat.
Oh no, there's like floating thingy.
Oh, I think it might just be left over from I don't know, man. Warframe moment, just some random crap. Oh, that's annoying.
Let me try
It's not on my
refreshing.
end.
Let me try
it's not on
refreshing.
my end, so.
Alright, it's gone.
Cool.
Alright, Scuggy. Yeah. Feel free to go up. Huh? What's happening?
All right, let's ignore the floor. We can handle the floor later. Right? Just get through these submissions first.
Where's the... I don't see a hole. Anyways, it doesn't
Don't
affect
worry
the
about
video.
it. It's all the way in the back right. Don't worry about it. Okay, Vauban. Nice.
We finally got a bobbin. Where's the hole? Anyway. I really like this one. But
Yeah, this is really good.
I like the attachment on the leg, but
yeah.
it's missing something on the shoulders. It almost feels like.
I feel like this is very, very, very good. But I wish it was louder. I wish we had a little bit I wish you broke up some of the colors more and just went a little bit louder on maybe maybe the saturation or something. It's very good though. Just with how clean the skin is, I feel like you could afford to go with bolder colors here.
I think a shoulder attachment like Iridos would add some like stiffness to the shoulder. That would look really nice.
Either you put a
Really
shoulder attachment or you just change the stance up a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you've got maybe like Zephyr Noble or something. The white energy, I'm not too sold on it, but like it fits with like the metals that you got going on and the earth tones.
I really like these tones.
Yeah.
The brown and the blue, like the bluish gray, and this gray color.
I would have personally what I would do with this, right? This isn't even really a critique. Is I would have liked to see this with like plain black energy and just really go like just put a focus on the colors that you have going on here, because I think the colors are really good. Yeah, Cyandana, I don't care too much about it.
I would change the Cyandana, the primary color, to be darker instead of
I
the
agree.
white.
I think darker on the primary color there would make it look less bulky.
It would also like make it flow better, in my opinion.
But it's good.
Like part of the frame
those
itself.
are like super tiny nitpicks for me. And the chess piece, being that it's asymmetrical and kind of like stuck out there, I would have, if you're gonna use something like that, personally maybe experiment and play around with like making it something like a highlight or something. You can throw in some color there, and if it fits, it'll I think it'll elevate things. Because right now, as it is, it shares the same colors as everything else, but it's asymmetrical and it sticks out. It kind of just looks a little out of place. But if you were to kind of lean into that, it might work a little bit better. But those are like super tiny nitpick things. I think this is very, very solid. Compared to the Octavia that you had before, I think this is on the safer side, but also much more consistent and thematically present. So, great work.
Yeah, I quite like this
not
one.
the tiny. Sorry, Octavia. I think you did the Octavia, right? Yeah, that was the Octavia.
Yeah, I'm editing the first entry. Like I'm scrolling up and adding the picture next to it, so you can just scroll up too.
Great work.
Next up, we have Liger. Scuggy, thank you. If you want to do some last minute poses, feel free to. I already took a picture of you. Alright. Thank you, Scuggy. Okay, next up we have Liger. We have Zephyr Deluxe.
Yeah, that is Zephyr Deluxe.
We have some blue flames going on in the back. Personally, I wish you used a floating stance here, since you're trying to use the curry tails as, like, flames. Blue flames.
I think a Caliban Noble would work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so stance aside, this one's pretty good. I Zephyr Deluxe is a very hard skin to work with, so I'm glad like you didn't overcomplicate the skin with a billion different attachments and like crazy ephemeras and whatnot. It's very clean, and you're letting the colors do most of the work, which is good. I like the colors. They're very neon synth kind of vibe going on. The ephemera tails aren't selling me the most, mostly because like
You're on the floor.
you're on the floor. But again, in the context of like Caliban Noble, it would look much much better there. I don't really have much to say. This is significantly better than your first entry, so that's a good thing.
I would adjust the shade of the pink just a little bit more, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, the colors are a bit bright, but I also feel like that is
The point.
an issue, a point intentional, and also like just the skin itself takes colors like that because it's the entire damn thing is metallic. Um, so yeah, it's not. This is a solid one, very very good. Good work.
I would still fix the colors. I think I could think of ways, but it's good.
Yeah, I mean you could easily have the same colors, but like slightly shifted in hue and then desaturated, and I think it would fit just as well. But if you are going for like that hyper saturated kind of like poppy look, which I assume you are, this does that well, even though that might not be like my most preferable aesthetic. Good work regardless.
Okay, Liger. Next up we have Sacred Rune. Alright, thank you for the tier 1.
Okay, cool.
Sacred Rune. Go up to the front.
Okay, this was the look at the first submission they did.
Where'd I
Oh,
put
is
it?
this like this is a new submission? This is like I don't.
No, they had this
Oh,
before.
okay.
Where'd I put it?
I don't remember. I don't think you did.
Oh, this was the one that I forgot to take a picture of. But this is
Oh,
a
okay.
resubmission, but with comments.
Okay.
There is like...
Oh yeah, the purple. Okay, this one. Yeah.
There's like
Okay,
a lot of
okay.
stuff going on. So they just resubmitted it.
Okay. I remember this one. Yeah. Okay. It's
Had the boob sigil.
yeah.
Did they add a Cycron instead?
I think that was there.
Oh. Well, either way, you're free to score it as a new entry. It's always been there. Yeah, you guys have.
Yeah. So again, shoulders. I feel like you have a skin that's like basically symmetrical. I I really don't feel like there's a need to force asymmetry here when you have like large elements that are symmetrical. That being the wings, right? Those are very very large parts of Titania, and the skin in general. So when you do have something that's like asymmetrical that isn't toward the outer edge of your screen and is like near the center. And when I say center, I'm taking into consideration the wingspan, right? Like the shoulder here, it just looks a little off. Um, so I'd remove both shoulder things that you got going on there. Thigh plates, I don't mind too much. They don't clip that much because the Cycron's kind of, blocking that.
I think you colored it better.
It's much better than before, I'll say that. It's a huge, huge improvement. It looks cleaner and it's easier on the eyes.
I do like the added pink
so
on this.
The added pink is also very nice,
Yeah.
I don't really have much else to say outside of that. This is a very solid resubmission. Again, I'm just really not a fan of the asymmetry on the shoulders there, just because the wings are so big.
It's not needed.
I feel like the asymmetry there is kind of throwing things off.
Yeah, I think you should have removed the protovire shoulder.
Yeah, I would get rid of the shoulders completely. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. And the Vanka on the hands is not going unnoticed. Also very good. I think that's Vanka, right? It's still there. It looks like it's still there. Regardless, good job.
I think I need to think on this one a bit. I'll go back to it. Alright, next up we have Arya Angela. Sacred Rune, thank you for your entry.
Whoa. Okay.
We have the new Wisp Deluxe base with the Dex.
With the Dex helmet, Glassmaker sigil.
Oh, I really like this emblem on top of the Katir attachments.
That's really nice, yeah.
It's like sitting on top of it. The sign Donna.
Oh man, okay. There's only like a couple things I have like really complaints about this. Besides that, I think this is such a very very strong entry. So compliments first. The sigil on the chest is great. The placement, the colors, it works very well. I'm not too big on sigils in general, but I do think it's like if you are gonna use the sigil, this one's solid. The energy that you have on the frame, the mixed emissives look very good, especially around the fingers there. I think you could have chose a stronger helmet here, but it's not the worst. Basically, it's not default Wisp and it's not deluxe skin Wisp helmet, so points there. The melee weapon I don't think is necessary. I feel like I imagine you're doing it so that you can have something on the hands, but because it adds stuff to the feet and it's really weird and awkward looking, it kind of looks like a bionicle foot that you got going on. It's kind of just like random and really wide and sort of. I would have skipped on the melees, on the holstered melee.
I think you could work this out by adding like the Katir attachment on the legs, if you wanted to add something there.
Yeah, you definitely could. I really just would have liked to see the tube legs with the energy just like speak for itself there and just be one thing, without it kind of bulging out to the claw at the very end.
I like the colors.
So the colors are good here. Very.
I like the
you know,
gray that they
synth
used.
then-
I think it's a good. It like makes me think of robot, like this particular
Yeah,
type of
yeah.
gray that's kind of greenish.
Yeah, that's a good gray, especially with the black. And then you have the blue as metallic. That's fine.
How do you feel about the sign Donna?
I don't. I think so. Signers are weird because Wisp has like the back hair tail thingy bob that you got going on here. So you got a lot of things like clashing into it clipping wise. I'm gonna ignore the clipping. I don't care too much about the Cyandana. I like the effect of it. I just think it's a little much. Because it's such a strong Cyandana like color wise that
It's
it kind of makes her silhouette very like blocky
Yeah,
from behind or from like looking at her from the front.
Yeah. I think it's sticking out a bit too much, and it's like going into part of the deluxe skin, which kind of
Yeah.
like, I do like the idea of adding the duo energy color in the back, but I also think that you could have used a better Cyandana for this.
Yeah. So Cyandana I'd go without, honestly. Also with the back sigil, I'd also go without. The shoulders are great here. The shoulders with the little focus school thingy, fantastic, great addition. I don't think they're necessarily like they do too much, but it's a very nice combination. And it looks very good. So you have some like you got some glowy blues there. I think that's nice. Yeah, solid all around. Minor adjustments I'd change, mostly just to make her look less bulky
Mainly in the Cyandana.
yeah, fix the
Main
silhouette a little bit.
takeaways for me.
So
But the colors they're good.
nice. Colors are good. Yeah.
Alright, let me edit their entry. Alright, next up, we have JM City.
Oh.
Just sit right here.
Just stand still in the
Stand-
center of the screen.
Yeah, in the circle.
Okay.
Just move up forward. Thank you. Okay, nice. We have galvanic chest piece, I think.
Yeah.
I like the shoulders, but I think it should be darker. The blue that's on the shoulders in specific should be darker. And some lime green energy color marking her wraith
Yeah.
chest. Oh.
You got some. It's yellow and then green.
So I think there's a void shell texture mismatch with the leggings.
Yeah.
That is what stood out to me the most here.
I like the quads. I like that the theming you have going on is very present. I'll say that.
Yeah. The theming
so-
is great.
Good on that. I get the intended aesthetic that you're going for. You're nailing it, but I do think color tweaks would really elevate this some more.
Yeah, particularly in the attachments. The
Yeah.
attachments and the attachment choice even. I don't know how you feel, Ludens, about the chest piece.
I think the chest piece is meant to fill in or kind of like make the Syandana more consistent and kind of
Yeah.
like less out of place. But again, I don't think the Syandana and chest piece here are even really necessary. I feel like you could have done a stronger chest piece and then just gone with like the disconnect Syandana if you wanted to go with one, or just no Syandana at all. And I feel like this would have been a much more coherent entry. That being said, I don't really hate the Syandana that you have going on. I just don't think um, I'm pretty indifferent about it. Like it's there and it fits because Grenier, but also I think there are stronger choices.
Yeah, they might be a combo, but just over here, there's a lot of smooth things going on in the base skin, but then a lot of texture on the attachments, and it's making the attachments brighter than the base frame. The blue that's on the base frame is good, but it's making the attachments a different type of blue.
Yeah, I mean there's always going to be some like attachment texture like color mismatches. I'm not too I'm not gonna hark too much on that. But uh, as much as the Syandana and chess piece are meant to be paired together and kind of uniform looking, I do feel like there are stronger Syandanas for this. Is all. Um, Mostly just like I feel like the disconnect Syandana would go really well with this. Um, but yeah, I mean it's still really good. It was a very good entry, ignoring the clashing textures. But again, I don't put that blame too much on you because it's Warframe. We got to work with what we have.
Just fix the attachment colors.
Yeah, you could tweak the attachment colors some bit, and and maybe just make maybe put some more contrast between like the blue and the blacks that you have going on with the base frame. That way, they don't all like kind of blend in.
Yeah, I think the silver over here, with this texture, could be a bit brighter.
Yeah, I feel like you could go a little bit brighter, maybe a little bit warmer, and then just go a little bit more saturated on the main blue that you got going on, that dark blue, and then I think you have like an even better uh, entry. Regardless, this is very good. So, good job.
Let me take a picture, and GM City, feel free to do some posing for editors. Okay, next up we have Commodose, if they're still here.
Oh, I'm shrimping in my chair. That's not good. Oh shit, Trinity.
This is the first Trinity that we've had in a while.
Oh man, okay.
I like the shoulder attachments a lot.
Yeah, okay, so like I have so much to say about this.
But I do think that the main color on them could be darker. Just a tiny bit.
There are oh man, again, I keep saying this, like a lot of good ideas here, and it's so close. This is really cool. Like Trinity in general, I feel like is really underutilized for stuff, or fashion in general, but this is really good. The helmet with the shoulder combination, uh, it's great. It works well. It's not the most flashy, but that's fine as long as it's consistent and it sells the theme well. I do think the leg plates take it out for me like a lot. Like
Yeah,
the
I
leg
think
plates
it's too
are
bulky. It
really
messes with
really
the
like
silhouette.
not great here. Not only do they mess with the silhouette, they just don't really thematically fit very well. Um,
How would you feel if they added Dendro
I feel like Dendro would work here.
or some
I
green?
personally wouldn't, just because I'd want like a Dendro on the shoulder to kind of match.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly would
Yeah.
probably go with no shoulder or no leg armor here.
Yeah, that's actually good too.
So no leg armor here, and maybe like a very regal pose, Varuna Noble maybe. Throw on like undercutter's Nikana skin, and you've got like Tech Knight done. Like it's solid.
Yeah, I do agree with Verena's
So
stance. I do like the Corona Syandana here a lot. I think it goes well with the back of her head.
yeah, it's a good Sandana. I don't hate it. Um, it fits well. I think you could maybe experiment with the colors a little bit more. Maybe throw a little bit more color in general into her frame, but again, I think it's just a skin issue that's probably why you haven't.
I like how the lobster tail now doesn't look like a lobster tail, but looks like something more mechanical back here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I
I
really
think
like about this frame.
this is a very solid entry that can be tweaked to become really great color wise. Just needs some tweaking. And then if you wanted to tie the theme in, I would honestly focus on like a weapon here, the pose. Um, yeah, yeah. Like throw on like a Lex, holstered Lex, and then maybe like a undercutter Nikana skin. And I think you have something. So great job.
Pretty good. So feel free to do any poses. I already took a picture of this fashion. Next up, we have Glitch. So get ready. Is Glitch here?
Aw.
Vauban.
Okay. Um.
So I do think Bloodshed is a bit much here. Like I said, I think
Yeah.
Tenebris works better if you're trying to go for a decayed look.
Yeah.
Dendra I kind of like.
I think this is better than the first attempt with the bloodshed. Much better. Um, I do like the Dendra, and I think the Dendra plus the ephemera look pretty good together. Uh, the sort of decaying puppet thing going on is neat. Um, that being said, I think Syandana is weirdly out of place here. Um, yeah.
Yeah, it looks out of place because it doesn't match Vauban. Like, I do think the Syandana is inherently futuristic looking, but it just doesn't match him.
Yeah. It does look like I'm getting like I see the vision and I get it. I just think Syandana, I toss that. Same with the chess piece. I don't think I kind of get what you're going there with the electricity being maybe like malfunctioning circuits or something.
I think you
Kind of
could
with the
have
leg. I think it
used
works,
Vengeful
but
Shock.
I would have just gotten rid of it. Yeah, so chess piece I'd get rid of, and then maybe bring out some like rust in the colors, maybe some browns. Blood tends to dry, right? Um, and if you are going with like a decaying look, maybe give it some warmth. It doesn't have to be like too warm. It should still be dark, but you know, for the metallics, maybe throw in some like dirty browns or something. Same with the grays. The grays can be maybe a little bit earthy. Yeah, not too bad though. Much better than the first attempt with the bloodshed, and you're working with something really difficult. So like, it's getting there. Yeah.
I liked how the sigil looks like blood, yeah.
I think also if you made, and I know this is just a limitation with how attachments work, because ephemeras are in the same, like, I guess, part of that menu. If you made the ephemera the same color as the sigil, you know, I think that would have looked really cool. Although I understand why you didn't, because it would have made the attachments red, like blood. But I think having the screens around, you know, in that kind of caution-y, you know, dangerous looking red would really sell the whole like decaying and hang robot thing you got going on. Cool. Nice, good job.
Next up, we have Yami Excalibur. After, I think we filmed a lot of this. I think after there are no more emotes to show, then, Lich could go up front. Yeah, it's like a wound. Yeah, I got that at least. Okay, next up is Yami Excalibur.
Are the weapons intentional? Hmm. You didn't take the Cronin. Okay, so I'm gonna ignore the Cronin. Do I ignore the Opticore? Is that is that something I ignore? Okay, I'll just ignore the weapons.
I don't like the Mulciber attachment here.
I was just gonna say that. I don't think it does anything. It's asymmetry for the sake of just
Being
throwing
asymmetrical.
something there. Yeah, it also, this pose or idle animation really does not complement that armor piece at all.
Yeah, it
If
doesn't
you
look
were
bad with the
gonna,
Cronin if you holster it a little bit differently.
yeah, I'm not a fan of the Cronin in general. I think they're too organic looking here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a shame because the Cronin is not supposed to be there, so I'm just gonna ignore them to begin with. Just the shoulder attachment is like the big pain point here. The colors are fine. The Cyandan is fine. It's a little basic, but like you're working with a pretty difficult and limiting skin here.
I like the
And for the
pop of light
theme,
blue.
it's fine. The blue is really good. I
The
also,
metallic
yeah, the
blue.
metallic is strong too. Um, yeah, just the shoulder. That shoulder is really just not doing it for me.
Yeah. It's a safe color scheme.
Yeah.
I wish there was a bit, like, even more variants than there is now. But I think it's because it's like black and white. But I also think the black and white was put there because to make a cyborg android look, something like that. But
Yeah.
it's very techy looking, the skin. So I do understand why you had to color it this way. I just think maybe if you made this pure white, like ever so slightly the light bluish white from the beach palette, I think it would look great with this energy color. And maybe some adjustments on the darkest color, which is the black. I would keep the accent colors, this silver and this light blue. I'll just change up the white and the black. And remove that shoulder attachment. And then you have a look.
Yeah. I agree with pretty much everything that was said there. It's very safe, right? But it also,
It's too safe.
yeah, I was gonna say it's very safe, too safe almost. And the shoulder is the thing that's really taking me out of it. I would urge you to really experiment with like even if you were just to change the blue here to like a different color, I feel like it would make this look significantly less safe.
I feel like you could be using a dark blue instead of a black here. Like a very
That
dark
as well.
navy blue.
You could definitely do like a dark navy.
A dark,
but-
dark navy.
Yeah. I would like to see more futuristic frames or like frames that are trying to go for that look stay away from like blue energy. Blue energy is very, I don't want to say easy, but it's pretty easy to use.
Yeah, it carries the look. If you
Yeah,
could,
and I would like to see people use like oranges and yellows and reds in a tasteful manner. So, you know.
okay, so let's compare this to the first century.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to do some more poses, Yomi, feel free to. We're gonna see the gamer after this. All right, next up is the gamer.
Okay. The gamer. I wonder what games he plays other than Warframe.
We decided to make it extra special.
Okay. I'm not laughing at your fashion. I'm just laughing at the sigil, the clan sigil. It's just funny looking. So I kind of want to be a little mean, but like in it, I shouldn't say that. So this is probably like one of the least interesting Excalibur Prime inclusions I've seen. That being said, it's cool that you own him. Yeah, so better than the first. By far, like a lot. Sigil, I get it. Probably repping your clan, cool. But again, I don't know. It doesn't do much for me because I don't really care about your clan. No offense. Void shell skin, good. Colors here, the kind of the yellow is a little much, and I do like the shield that you got going on though. That looks cool. Yeah. Yeah. The musk that you got going on with the smoke ephemera though, that I don't know about that. Like shower a little bit. Yeah.
Man, there's so much potential with the Excalibur Prime and the base.
Yeah.
There's so much.
I almost want to dock you down points for using Excalibur Prime helmet, but like not in a not in a good way.
No, why? It's so cool.
Yeah, but this makes it this doesn't make it look cool. I'm joking partially. I mean, okay. Seriously, to not be like mean, it is much better than the first.
Yeah, it is better than the first.
And like clearly you have a color scheme that you like. So like, yeah, like you have a thing that you like. You're going with it. I respect that. It doesn't do it for me, but I also see like, hey, void shell skin. There's like an attempt here. And the void shell skin doesn't. It's not the worst with the helmet either. So like,
Sorry,
It's
I'm
got that
not
going
laughing
for
at
it.
the fashion. I'm laughing at Ludens. Luden.
But yeah, I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's an Excalibur Prime with Void Shell, and like a briefcase on his back, and like I don't know, like a dinner plate on his like a plate on his like arm. Like I don't know, it's
You said a dinner plate. It's like a shield.
yeah, like a disc, like a you know like a dish that you use to like make lasagna or something. I don't know, man.
An Apple Watch.
E-
That's a Yu-Gi-Oh deck
Kinda,
holder.
yeah.
Alright, so I think you should make some adjustments to the red here. I think the red is too, it's like a generic red. You could really do something that's really nice with red and gray if you just make it, like, try using some red from, the dark red from the Storm palette. You could use a dark red from the Hatred palette, even the deepest red at the bottom of the Valentine's Day palette. Just don't select this red, especially next to the yellow. They pop too much or not at all. Then I would say it's like a void shell texture difference, you know? If you really want to work with this, you could insert the red elsewhere, and if it's, I don't know, I just feel like the red next to this, it's too much next to the yellow. Like, you either keep the red or you work with the yellow, but the yellow gold I'm not a super big fan of.
I'll just chime in here and say, if you want to work with the yellow, red, gray, like combination, lean really into like the Narmer stuff. Like Protovire, I feel like the colors here and that are really only a problem because like the textures, I feel like, and some of the hues. I really feel like you could do something cool here with like Protovire Syandana. You go full out, like try to really lean into that Narmer stuff. Especially because you do have the Excalibur Prime helmet. Like the Excalibur Prime helmet would look really cool with that. Yeah. But besides that,
The attachments.
I'm iffy on the attachments. I don't care for any of them. I think I would remove all the attachments.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the chess piece. Ketchup, mustard, meat, and cheese. Yeah. When it comes to this, like this red next to this yellow, it's like ketchup and mustard.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Fucking. Oh, sorry.
It's like ketchup and mustard, basically. Again, the silver, you have something to work off already. When you combine this gold next to the gray color, it's just a bit too much. Always when it comes to shades of gold.
On shards in the back.
Always when it comes to the shades of gold, you should be really careful about it. You don't want it to be too cartoonish.
Yeah. You want to drink your water.
It's
that should
coming off.
not look like piss yellow.
Yeah, it's
which
too,
it doesn't.
It's
I mean, it kind of does, but you know.
It's too cartoonish, the color scheme. Like, it does look cool. It could look cooler. It's just the shade of gold. It's everywhere. It's the most prominent color, and it is a bit much.
Yeah. Cool. Listen, I'm not. Alright, well, I won't say I'm not, but never mind.
I appreciated your first attempt a tiny bit more, just personally, because, you know, I mean Excal, and seeing him like this, I can't help but be jealous, but, you know, there's a lot of things I would do to fix this. So is the goal to use as many bright colors as you can? I don't know. But I don't know, you could really sell a tech theme with this wood shell and prime helmet. Anyways, thank you so much for your entry. I would tone down the yellow by a lot and use a different shade of red. I would keep the gray and take off the attachments. That is my main takeaway about this. Feel free to pose. And thank you for entering. Without attachments, you feel
alright.
naked.
Feeling naked is the best feeling ever. Alright, listen. Attachments? Attachments are a scam, alright?
Okay, you
Just
don't
because
need
you throw
blue.
shit on a frame does not mean it looks good, alright? This is not targeted to you. This is the general audience. Attachments, 90% of them, scam. Facts.
He has a coffin on his back. Alright, well, thank you so much. I hope there is some takeaway to learn from this. You don't have to fill in every slot, but man, you had a good thing going on with just a base. With just a base frame.
Attachments are a scam.
Alright, next up we have Zaki. Thank you so much, gamer. Where's Zaki?
If someone managed just to slip in Vitala into a tech competition, I would just like, I wouldn't even rate it. I'd just give it like a 1 and move on.
I think Zaki doesn't have a second entry.
Alright, cool.
Alright. Where is Fox in the Woods? Fox, are you here?
Vitala hasn't grown on me though, fortunately. Oh, this is much better. Okay. Yeah, cool.
I think you could have lowered the height of the, like, scaled the front sigil a bit more so that it doesn't go across his chest. I do like that you kept it. I just would have scaled it down. Or even used yeah, use a different one.
I agree with the sigil in the front. I think because you're using the void shell, it's not necessary. I get why you did it though. I feel like it doesn't really do much for me. One thing I'm noticing right now is the textures are very off with the helmet.
Yeah, they're very off.
Yeah, and I know the Wreckhouse skins typically have textures that are hard to find on other skins, including the void shell ones, but there are definitely textures that are closer to matching that than what you're currently using. And I feel like for the whole techie, real still boxing thing that you're going for, having like that very organic and stone-like textures that have a lot of noise to them really clash against the helmet and what you're trying to convey. That being said, if I were to like squint my eyes and move backwards, it's not bad. Like it's much stronger than your first entry.
From afar, it looks nice.
So yeah, I think it really is just the textures that are holding it back. Sigil, I'm indifferent about. I'd honestly just remove it. Yeah.
Make it smaller or change it, in my opinion.
I do like the recolored melees. I noticed that is they look more like kind of like boxing gloves now than just a part of the Warframe.
I do like the change you did to the blue. I think it's a good change, and keeping the green. So yeah, it's just a texture difference. I don't know. I like it. It's just a shame about the textures because it does color the front of it different than the helmet. But just looking at it from this amount of zoom, you know, it really reads to me as futuristic and technical, etc. I think the helmet is really strong here. That's all I have to say.
Yep. Yeah, if we had like a third round and you resubmitted with like better textures, remove the sigil, maybe like a more appropriate pose. Honestly, I'd even like play around with like making the melees sort of like colored like a boxing glove, just for like the meme of it. Like I think you should play into that more if you're really going for it and try to sell it on that. Yeah, I mean it's fine to not take things too seriously, I think. If you're going for that like boxer kind of real steel, you know, stuff.
I think it's really unique, like what you brought to the table. I wouldn't think about bringing in a Wukong, and I wouldn't think about making them into a boxer.
Yeah, Wukong's a tough one, especially if you're not using the wreck out skin. Like that's a really like bold choice, really, especially with that bright of a sigil in front. But I'm glad you stuck to it. So yeah, good job. All right.
Way better than the first century.
Yeah.
Way better. Next up, thank you, Fox in the Woods, for your entry. If you want to do one last pose before leaving, feel free to do so. If not, go to the front. Next up, we have Soy Panchito, or Sinatric.
Ah. I'm conflicted. I don't think the helmet works with the skin. I'm sorry.
I think that the white is the white that's on the base skin is too different than the helmet texture. So it's making this appear like bleach white. And this one is just like an off-white. I do appreciate that you didn't put a Syndana. I really like the copper color. The varying shades of the darkest color that you have here are nice. I do think you should have worked with the main skin over the helmet. You should have picked one. You should either work with the helmet or you should work with the base skin.
So, with the skin like the Grax skins, if you're not gonna, because they have the squiggly lines, or they often do, unless you're doing full-on Grax, if you do want to mix things with it, you have to sacrifice like 2 channels to make them match so that you get rid of the squiggly like lines. Mostly, that's kind of like how I see them used with other things. The helmet, I respect the attempt to match it. It doesn't work for me.
It doesn't. It needs to
clashes.
be different.
It clashes so hard with the rest of the kind of grungy aesthetic of the Grax or Genova skin, whichever one it is. But I do appreciate how clean it is. It's very clean.
It's so clean.
But also,
it's also safe.
It's also incredibly safe.
I think you should add some dark blue instead of a black. If you're using black channels, I think a bluish dark, like a dark bluish gray, would work really well here. Like, go in on that. I like the copper a lot. Like, I like the bronze color with this powder blue. I think it looks amazing. The bronze and the powder blue. But yeah, it's just missing a lot of color just because you decided to make the two channels similar, like too similar.
Yeah, I the helmet and the skin don't work for me. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's all I got for it.
You have to choose one or the other, or choose like something different. I think the base skin is the best candidate to work off of, in my opinion, because the deluxe skin, I don't know, it's just gonna be difficult for you. But overall, I do get a tech vibe, like a futuristic tech vibe. I just think there are various things you could do, including changes to the helmet and the attachments, maybe. Like, just a big maybe. It really depends. I'd have to see the same thing again with attachments after you add in more color, because right now it's just blending in. It's like 3 colors we could see. It's lacking dimension. Most of the dimension is in the textures of the skin itself, but I want to see more dimension in terms of the colors. But, you know, it's not bad. Not bad at all. If you want to do some posing, feel free to go ahead. This is Symmetric. Is Symmetric one of the other ones I didn't take a picture of? It kind of looks like that.
I don't remember. I feel like they had a strong entry though. I have it listed as a...
Yeah, it
Oh.
seems like their first entry was very strong.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Maybe it's under their IGN? Or like their
This
Twitch
might have been the
IGN?
one that I forgot to take a picture of.
Wait, let me just scroll through if I don't...
It was a Mesa. Oh, was this the Mesa with the yellow... energy for the monocle?
No, I think it's the other Mesa, the Void Shell one.
Oh, the Void Shell Mesa?
It's the Void Shell Mesa with the white energy, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh wait, I remember now. Yeah, that was a really
Yeah.
strong entry.
That one,
I
yeah,
think the first entry was stronger than the second entry.
I agree. Cool.
Alright, next up we have Random Cedo. It's you. Yeah, it's you. Random Cedo.
Whoa.
Wow. I really like this gold color. But the helmet... I feel like the helmet is taking away from this. The helmet is too thematic for me personally.
Helmet and the shoulders, I feel like clash with the skin and the chest piece. I don't particularly like.
It's a soldier look, like
what's
a
going on
futuristic
here.
soldier look.
Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, it's like the shoulders. I really don't feel like do much here. Texture-wise, they clash. Material-wise, they clash. Silhouette-wise, they kind of break up things and just look like they're sticking outwards.
Yeah, I think it's... I could see the soldier concept, but I do believe that the helmet is... Like, I could see it after you pointed out, but...
Yeah, I would have... What I would have done is matched the void shell textures to the helmet, and maybe it would work better. But
Yeah.
as it is, Like you have like that entire metallic channel that's going on right there, like around her chest, I and framing like the sides of her legs, and it goes down to like her knees and whatnot. I think if that was white, you'd have to sacrifice 2 channels to make it like that porcelain white, and then the rest of it you'd probably have to go like grays and whatnot. I think it would have looked better.
I like this gold though. That is one thing
It's
I
a good
like
gold.
about it. It looks
I
really.
don't like the placement of it.
Yeah, it looks really good next to the blue though.
Yeah.
Looks really good next to that blue.
Yeah.
The blue could be a little bit more like either more saturated or
It could
a
be
little
saturated.
bit brighter.
A tad bit saturated, yeah.
Because it's kind of it's blending in too much, but it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
I just really like how it looks next to gold, so I would have.
This is another skin where I would have done black energy if you're going, because you don't have much emissives on the helmet, right? So if you are going to blend these 2 things together, I would have blacked out the energy and just tried to make the materials match as much as possible. Change the material on the whatever channel that is. I assume it's primary that the metallic is on for like the chest area into the same porcelain texture that you have on the helmet. Change it to the same color, and experiment with like metallics elsewhere. I really feel like it's not an issue with the helmet and the void shell skin as much as it's an issue of the materials and channels that you chose and the attachments here. Idea wise and colors, I think look fine. Like that's cool.
Yeah, overall, I'd give this a pretty high score. It's just a matter of texture, and maybe it's optional, but you could like fix the blue and the shoulders. But I do like this weapon. This weapon looks really nice with this concept.
Oh, I didn't even see the sign Dana. I'd get rid of that sign Dana. You don't need it.
Yeah, you don't need it per se. Like, just get the
Yeah,
gun on
keep
the
the back clean. You don't need it.
Yeah, because you already have this this going on at the top of her back.
The white wires also don't. They just kind of appear there. I feel like if you are gonna have such, I wouldn't say boring colors. I would say colors that complement each other well for a signed Dana like that. I'd kind of pop some color in there if you want to really sell that like cyborg vibe or whatever soldier robot thing going on. Yeah, it's mostly the attachments and materials for me.
Yeah, but colors kind of solid. It's just the material difference. Yeah, I could see why you chose this shoulder attachments, but the material, it matches with the material at the top, but not the void shell. Alright, so Random Cedo, feel free to make some poses, like, just dance around a little bit, do some expressions. We'll get ready for the next entry, the second part. Alright, thank you so much, Random, for entering. I really, really appreciate it. I know you're from the Captura community. And, it kind of shows. I like your color choices. They're solid. Next up, we have Helios, aka Zaros.
Okay.
Zaros is AFK.
There it is, skipping.
Alright, well, we're gonna have to skip Zaros. Next up, we have Banha. And I guess Bana
Okay,
isn't back
next.
there. Next up, we have Night Fury or Rabid Dog. A bunch of people didn't have second entries, so I think it would help if... Let me see. Let me go to the back real quick. Let me see how many we have there. Not many back here. I see about 5 to 6 people. Alright. So we have Rabid Dog. There's Zad. Zad, are you here? My day is going well, thank you. Yeah, I guess we could have a list of back names that are in the back. So we can get started with the people who arrived late as soon as possible. Okay. So since Zad isn't here, we're gonna call up Yumi's paw job. Yumi's, go up to the front. Alright, got it. Yeah, Helios could just go in if he decides to not be AFK. Alright, we have a rhino. Our first rhino.
Aw. Yeah, that's a rhino, alright. Yeah, you know...
I really wish there is some sort of dark brown maybe. Bridging
Yeah,
the
yeah,
gray
I wish there
and
was something
gray.
more to break this up, because I like the idea of it, and honestly, if I had, like, this in Captura, maybe I could cook something up, but, I get what this is, like, trying to be.
I would add
I,
brown in between this black and gray and light
yeah.
gray.
Colors here are... They just blend in too much, and it kind of, like, washes out any of the depth, from Rhino and the detail in that skin.
I like the chest attachment. I think it's fine. The
Yeah,
she,
it's cute.
I
Sigil,
think should be a little bit less bright.
yeah, I would dirty it up a little bit. It's a little clean, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Make it a
gray
little
going
dirty.
on. You could even use a grayish green for the base color,
Yeah,
and I think you would elevate this. Or even change the metallic to a more aged silver. But I do like the concept. I do think that the leg piece and the shoulders look really nice with the base.
yeah, a lot of things going on right here. But I just wish we could see more of it, through the colors. I really wish that it wasn't so, like,
It's
so
all
gray.
neutral. It's like
Yeah,
all neutral
I
colors.
yeah, I wish things were just more, like, you had more contrast. You had a little bit, like, you know, maybe make it a little cooler in some areas, warmer in some other areas, just so that we could see more of that detail and uh
It's almost
yeah,
perfect. Almost. Very close.
yeah. Um,
I really like how they use vengeful shock in this. I've been waiting
yeah,
to see that for a while. Also,
yeah,
please
it's
don't
neat.
message me, guys. I'm recording. How do I feel about the Sayandana though?
It's whatever to me. Doesn't add
Yeah.
anything. Doesn't do anything for me. A sigil on the back I'd also remove, but I'm again, like, a lot of these fashions, I feel like you don't need to put things if it doesn't do anything, right? Like, I don't. I would not put a sign down here. I just feel like it's too much. You already have such a bulking silhouette. I feel like having little dangly bits that are flowy behind him doesn't kind of looks puny and
Yeah, it's puny.
doesn't do much. The shield, however, that's fine. Like the shield's cool. But yeah, the sign down, eh.
You could even make this black color, well, the darkest color that you have on this, into a dark blue. That would be pretty nice. So you'd have dark blue, gray, a very bright silver, and orange. The sign on it could be Saturn 6. We'll see.
All right. Cool. Much better than your first entry. Good job.
Wait, isn't this Yumi?
No.
This is Oikulu?
Wait. Who is this? Oh, my bad. I'll put in the wrong thing. Never mind. It is. I don't remember your first entry then. Oops.
Their first entry is pretty strong.
Let me go take a look at that then.
Alright, let me take a picture of this.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I remember their first entry. Okay, yeah. I like their first entry more.
Let me add a note to this. Alright, thank you, Yumi. Yeah, that's Noel bot.
Cool.
Next up, we have Oikulu. If they're back there. I need to scroll up again and see who's left. I don't think Oikulu is back there. So we're gonna go to... Let's see. Spagoofy. Spagoofy is the name that was back there. Gara. Our first Gara of the
Gara.
competition.
Oh, Mirage. I like that stance. Fun. That one's fun. Okay. Is this the Inaros entry from before? I think it is, right? They submitted it in Inaros?
Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, so again, like, basically what I said about the Inaros applies here, but, like, I think the Inaros is more interesting just because of the shape of the skin. I don't get anything
Yeah, this was the
techie, really.
Naros.
Okay, yeah. I don't, unfortunately, I don't really get anything techie out of this outside of the fact that, like, the colors, right? But it's on a, like, it's on shapes that don't convey that to me, right? The Lodestar is fine, like that armor set, yes, but everything else about this doesn't really convey futuristic or any like tech theme to me, really. Um, Compared to the Inara Sentry, you're working with a skin that is like less lenient about that.
I think the glass is taking away from the tech look. Not gonna
That
lie.
as well, yeah.
And it's
So,
clipping with the back sign, Donna.
yeah. I don't really have much else to say
Oh,
outside
cool.
of
You
that.
didn't. You didn't. It's fine.
It doesn't. It doesn't do enough for me to for this contest, unfortunately. And I felt like the Inaros had much more potential.
I don't like the fracta. I don't
Yeah.
like the fracta.
Yeah, no.
It's really hard to make Fracto work.
I
So,
respect the attempt to use it, but it's very difficult. Yeah.
I think it would have been interesting if you made the glass on Gara, like instead of this blue, like made it black and then tried to work off the base frame.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely possible to get a tech look from this, in my opinion, but not with the glass stuff and the shape of the helmet.
Yeah.
Or not highlighting it so much, I mean. And the shade of red is meh. It's like what I said in the other entries. It's too much of a basic red. And it's also coming off very murky next to black, which is why I always advise against reds like these, because I don't know, it's just too murky next to black. It's too... You could put red on a different channel besides some metallics. Alright. Next up, we have Black Widow. Thank you so much for entering. Alright, Black Widow, just take one step forward. Alright, nice. I don't think Protavire Apex Ephemeris... I don't think it's doing too well on the Wisp
So,
frame.
yeah,
What-
I'd have to agree. Yeah, so Protavire, if you are going to use it, right, it works really well on frames. I think it works really well on frames that already have a lot of pointy bits, or like if you're going for a sentient like look, if you're going for like something Narmer, or if you're going like Zephyr, the Zephyr helmet on like the Strife skin, for example. Um, Wisp is very curvy. She has a lot of flowing bits that are very organic. Your best bet to make Wisp look or to fit in a futuristic theme is to paint her, you know, in like synthwave colors or something, or use her deluxe, and you have that going for you.
Yeah, I'm not getting futuristic from this.
But this looks like the Dex skin, and unfortunately, the Dex skin, much like the Excalibur skin and even the Rhino skin, is very organic, and it has like that typical Warframe design language where it doesn't really let you play around with much else outside of, you know, looking like a Warframe, like any traditional frame. It doesn't let you experiment with corpus stuff very well, or synthwave, you know. So yeah, this one doesn't really do much for me.
I wish they
It's
worked off
fine
of the
fashion
purple.
though. Yeah.
I wish they worked
Yep.
off the purple, and without the Protavire ephemera, because it's adding a bit of orange to this that I'm sure is not intentional.
Yeah. The yeah, I don't really have much to say about this one. The fashion itself, like outside of, you know, this being futuristic theme, it's okay. It's not bad. But again, theme wise, it doesn't do anything for me, unfortunately. So yeah, that's kind of it. I do appreciate that there's not like a billion attachments on it though, uh, and the signed in is a little neat. I personally would have went without it, but I see what you're trying to do there. The phase signed in a version of that might be might be a bit better for that, but it's fine. Yeah.
And this is Black Widow. Alright. So, next After we have Black Widow, like, pose a bit if they want to. We have either Helios or okay, we have Helios if they're still here. If not, then we'll skip over to the late entries. Two of them, which is a 09 and Psychedelic. So let's get 09 up first. Oh, Reckless. This one is closed for now since we're already like at the end of things. But you're free to enter next contest.
Okay.
We're doing late entries. Unless you want to cook up an entry real quick, but you're gonna be a late entry. You're gonna go way last.
Everyone will get mad at you if you do a late entry. Everyone wants to go home now. Yeah, I'm also on the camp.
Like, I get what you're trying to do with the Donna, but I do think that you should maybe
Gotta change the color to match the metallics if you are gonna use that Syndana.
yeah, that's not really matching with the...
Also, just shape-wise, the Syndana is too curvy for the very inorganic and like flat shapes that you have on Zephyr. The skin is already so busy. I don't think you needed the Syndana.
I think you should have kept the deluxe helmet, the matching helmet.
I agree.
Because this is a different shade of gray compared to the body. Like, this is such a nice shade, like with this orange color and this soft black. When you put this on, like, I get you're trying to make it different, but in this case, with this deluxe skin, you should really match the helmet.
Yep. Textures, shape of it, everything about it. The helmet is like completely off. Yeah, not a fan. Same with the leg attachments. You don't need them. Just unnecessary. Like, they don't add anything. They just break up the silhouette and make her look kind of goofy. But yeah, I mean the colors are fine. They played on the safe side. I'm not like blown away by them, but it's the helmet that's throwing me the most off here.
Yeah, the helmet I would change. The Verve is gonna appear like very busy because of my effect settings, but on slightly lower effects, like, it looks fine. The Verve is gonna look fine on this. But if you were to take a picture of this, you definitely turn it a little bit down. So, Syndana helmet, I changed those. It's kind of unfortunate that the leg pieces aren't taking the Verve effect, but you know, what can you do? The colors are pretty nice on this skin. So this is 09's first entry. Is Aimer here? How do you want us to do the late entries? Do you want them one right after the other, or do you want to just do an order to them? Like, should they go for their second entry now? Just both entries and the next person? Alright. 09, you could change into your second entry if you do have one.
Man, these gotta be a pain to edit, man.
It's a pain to edit when people are late.
You guys hear that?
And ruin the order.
Come on, step your shit together. All right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this from a
Yeah,
time.
it's kind of scuffed. Personally, I don't mind, but you know,
I
'cause
don't
I can
mind,
stay here for a while.
but
But I know
other
like contestants like have time zones and people want to leave and whatnot, so it's just kind of, yeah.
So does 09 have a second entry, or should we move on to psychedelic?
Let's move on for now. Let's just blast through them.
All right,
Get as done as we can.
all right. Psychedelic. What is your first entry? You could go up to the center of the stage. What is this? Who is this?
Wow. Wow, Bolt Deluxe, the good one. Which isn't saying much between the two, but
I don't really like Rapallo.
I agree. Rapala is one of the Sandinas, and I am.
I don't like Rapallo in general, but
Yeah.
that's just me.
No, it's. I am in the same boat. I don't think it does much here.
I mean, I like Rapallo and like maybe Captura, but it's
Not for this, definitely.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. I will say, I like this for the most part. Like it's cool. It's unique. You know, we don't really see OG Volt Deluxe often, and
Yes,
for
we
good
don't.
reason. People struggle with it, and I struggle with it. So it's nice to see that you have attempted to use it. This is a much better application than most that I've seen. That being said, Syndana doesn't do it for me.
It's
Nor
raggedy.
do the leg armor pieces. The chest armor also I don't care for. The skin in general is really really difficult with attachments. I would have just went without. The ephemera with the skin and the helmet. It's cool. It's neat. I like it. I just really wish you chose a better or a different Syndana that maybe was a little more rugged and less regal. Something more industrial. I don't know. And maybe a different energy color just to kind of break up the tones that you have going on, because it is very very like one color almost.
It's like different shades of blue, and one of them is very purpley. It's like
Yeah.
purpley. It's like a purple, almost like a purple from the Lotus palette, and
Yeah.
and then there's a powder blue. It's kind of interesting because you added the Protovire ephemera.
Great pose though. The Caliban looks good here. And honestly, if this wasn't like the theme of the contest, this is a very good fashion. I do think just like the color wise, it's all too much of one like general color. I really do think there needs to be something to break it up, whether that be the energy or more contrast between the colors.
You could fully commit to purple,
But yeah,
make it purple and blue. You should have committed.
different Syndana too.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, the chest piece looks okay with this
You know,
deluxe.
maybe like the Protovire Syndana, I feel like would have been more appropriate than the Rapala here. It's still got that like
Exactly.
flowy silhouette, but it's much more technical in shape, and then it has those like greeble details that I feel like fit the general skin, as well as obviously the ephemera that you have going on. Regardless, solid. I just really wish things were a little had more contrast, I guess.
It's a very subdued color on this deluxe base, and this blue, it's like ballpoint ink,
Point blue.
ballpoint blue, next to a very diluted purple. I think there's something here. There's a semblance of a color scheme waiting to come out, but it's too stark. The blue and the purple. I do think you could really adjust the shades. But you'd also have to match the arrestor helmet then. But I do respect this attempt. I quite like it. And, you know, it'll be okay.
Yeah, less is more sometimes. Attachments are a scam. Just DE's way of making you spend plat. 90% of the time.
Yeah, I don't hate Protovire on this. It's just, it's a shade that's on Protovire.
Yep.
Alright, do you have a second entry psychedelic? Nope. Okay then. Alright, I think that concludes our entries. Unless there is someone who has one ready right at this moment, but... How many is this? So it's just straight up 40 entries.
Oh, goddamn.
Wait, who's this coming up in the front?
Who are you?
Well, we're recording
who
a
are
video,
you?
so we're not... Yeah, we're kind of done. Anyway.
Cool. Cool. Now what? Do we just look
Okay,
over the thing and
yeah,
then
let's
just...
go over something.
Alright. Do we gotta like pretend that we're whispering or something? Like how does this work?
I can mute my mic audio.
Well, am I gonna be muted then? Like... Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, but like, what about my mic? I mean, it doesn't, I mean... Alright. Okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, so I feel like the first submission that is like there, uh it's like kind of safe color-wise. I mean, it's good, but like I feel it's good, but like you know what I mean? It's just like it's a little I don't want to say generic, but incredibly safe. Well executed, but like I do think there are submissions that tried to lean into the theme a little harder maybe.
or at least try to take risk, which even if it's not executed like perfectly, I kind of respect more, or not respect more, but I kind of hold higher in regard because they took that risk, and even if it isn't perfect, like the first place one, at least it's like
Are we talking about the first place off of the
off the
scoring,
Excel sheet. Yes,
off
right
the
now.
Excel
Yeah,
sheet?
yeah.
Because what I'm thinking right now is that I marked someone in our group chat for a contender for first. I don't know how you feel about that one, but I feel like this person should win first because, well, or
Is
high
it?
scoring.
Where is it marked?
Let me.
Er,
I feel like this person should be a contender for placements because they
Oh,
had
yeah,
two
yeah,
strong
yeah.
entries. It's the one
Okay,
at
yeah.
1:10 p.m.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see it now. Yeah. Okay. So the second one, I feel like the attachments, the weapons really hold it back. It's like almost perfect. The first one, I feel like, is pretty much there, minus like a little bit of the colors, and we ignore the attachments because they were not unintended, and Warframe just,
We're
you know.
talking about the one that was marked for first in the group chat right now, right?
Yes, in the DMs, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The contender for first, yeah. So I'm thinking that I don't know. There's a lot.
I think it's whatever would look good on the podium. Like, if you could see
Yeah.
someone as being on the first page, then that's how it'll be. But the
Yeah.
first place for on the Excel sheet, their second entry was significantly better than the first, but the first is also not that bad.
Yeah, I
I really
agree.
appreciated the mix of colors. We didn't have a lot of feedback to say.
No, we didn't. I think if my feedback was just like, I wish it was. I wish it was either just like you blacked out either you black out the energy and then you just like throw in some more contrast and really lift up the colors some more. But that was pretty much it.
Yeah. So what are your qualms about placing that one first over the group chat first?
I think it's like it's really consistent and really good, but I also feel like it doesn't take enough risk, and I kind of hold the other one in higher regard because it does like take more risk, and even if it isn't like perfect, it's much more interesting because it's different than everything else.
When you say other one and with the risk taking one, do you mean is it the Excel sheet first or the group chat
And
first?
group chat one, I think that one I think I would want to put higher than the Excel sheet one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So we agree on that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Okay.
Wholeheartedly.
Okay. And that would be their second submission or first? The one that's contender for first. Honestly, I think both of them are pretty close.
We're doing this by averages, so
Okay.
the overall strength of both entries should be, you know,
Taken into consideration.
yeah.
Alright.
And if someone only entered in once, it has to be like a really strong fashion, and you know,
Sure.
it would be like that. So it's possible that the second or first entry could hurt your total, and that's the risk of entering twice. You could either benefit from it or you could not benefit from it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's do the DMs one first. I think that's like I think I'm okay with that.
What do you think about the Excel sheet that tied for second?
Let me see.
Because
Time for
it's I see
second.
that you scored their first entry pretty.
Oh yeah, I was pretty harsh on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
I
need to
mean,
find a third place still. So we might need to adjust some scoring for third and second.
yeah, if we're taking into consideration both entries, I think their second entry is so much stronger, but at the same time, like, or at the same time, it's not like amazing either. It's good, much better than the first, but I'm
Alright,
not like
let me reply to
too
this one
impressed.
because there's a. Let me reply to this.
Okay,
Here's a
yeah.
contender that I had for second or third and fourth, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking that one, the trying to be vague with words, the first link that you reply, yeah, so yes, I agree. I want to say either second or third on that one.
Yeah, this person did really well.
Yeah, their second entry I didn't really care too much about, but the first entry I thought was solid. I still think it's a little on the safe
prefer
side.
The second entry over the first, so I think
Really?
it's yeah.
Okay.
So I think
Okay,
it's
well,
actually good that we're placing
sure.
this person.
Yeah, that works then. I'm okay with third or second. Is there? There's another entry that I really liked. They didn't submit again. I'm pretty okay with like. I don't know if I want this one as third. I just really like the use of colors here for the energy. Like this is like really good.
We have a fourth place too.
Okay, yeah. So maybe that for fourth then. I don't know.
Yeah, they're actually placed fifth on the Excel document.
Okay, so we're close then.
I think they're more so a contender for fourth, unless we could find something. So, third place we should probably look for right now.
I hope Titanias are all very Titania, you know. They're good, but at the same time, it's.
So we'd have to place this person somewhere. I don't know if you want to place them, but that was their natural placement, or if you want to find someone else to take that spot. Because I guess third is pretty, it's a pretty big deal. This person I feel did pretty well on colors, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the colors are good, but I don't feel like the colors are enough to really convey the theme. Especially on the second entry, I really just felt like it was all over the place. And there could have been more thought put into
Yeah, the second
attachments and blending
yeah.
and materials and whatnot, especially the void shell skin. So, if we're looking for third, right?
We're looking for third and fourth.
Well, we have the first one on the Excel, which I'm okay with putting as like third.
Wait, who placed third on the Excel? Oh.
Yeah, so we would just
Number
swap.
2? I guess we could just change our weighting to make it accurate.
Well, I'm thinking is like number 1 on the Excel becomes number 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what did we say?
There's one that you like that only entered once, and you were considering that for fourth.
Yeah, it was mostly just for the colors of the energy. Like, the more I look at it, it's less... Like, it's pretty incoherent, especially with the attachments.
Yeah.
Like, it could have easily been fixed if they resubmitted, and I would have, like, rated it pretty high. But it's just because the attachments are there that,
so
like,
we're
everything
gonna discount that person from fourth?
Yeah, we can
we
discount
should.
that person. Yeah, that's fair.
Because they only entered once.
Yeah.
I feel like more weight should be given to people who entered twice and got above average scores.
Yeah.
Are you okay with putting this person second, or do you think we should think more on this?
Second? As in, like, second place?
Yeah, I edited
Or like,
my message at the very bottom.
oh yeah, no, I think that's fine.
So we have first, second, and third. Now we're looking for like a fourth or third.
Fourth. I'm okay with this one being fourth. I don't. That one's okay.
I think this was the person who had problems with their first entry and they did a
First
resubmit.
entry. Yeah, and it was the second. That is the second submit, and it's pretty fixed most of my issues with it, minus I think the shoulder attachments. I'm scrolling through these and a lot of solid ones, but nothing that all coming from the same people though. Like, a lot of these are resubmits, so
I don't know if we should rate resubmits as high unless it's definitely perfect the second time around.
I can agree with that.
Like, I think I place more I give people more points if it's 2 entries that are just
Rather than just fixing it.
yeah.
Okay,
If it's fixed, it has to be perfect. Because a
Right,
fixed
okay.
entry did win our last one, but they made it perfect.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that's fair. Then we can discount that one then. But then I'm not too sure who goes fourth.
What about this one with the safe colors?
The safe colors, which there's a lot of safe colors.
Oh wait, let me get it out. I don't know if you agree. I don't know.
I can't get myself to be like, this is because I feel like the skin is doing so much of the work, right? It's not even the
Yeah.
colors, it's not even like the attachments, it's literally just the skin.
Okay.
Right.
Let's
So
switch
I
to someone
can't-
else then.
Yeah, I can't do that, unfortunately. Is there like a Nova maybe that's like clean? No, fuck,
That
unlucky.
person was a Nova.
Yeah, I meant the other one. Maybe this Zephyr. I really was not a fan of the first submission, but like,
Really,
you
I don't
know,
like that submission. I just had problems with the shades.
the first one or
Yeah,
the second one they
yeah,
did.
the first
Okay.
one because I think it was a solid color scheme. I think it was just they actually made Protovire look okay.
Yeah, I thought I thought just the color scheme, or like where the colors were distributed, were just like all over the place. I just felt that was really
The
not
second one,
clean.
I know you like it more, but the reason why I didn't like the second one as much is because I'm really familiar
Animation
with that
style?
skin. No,
Also that.
I'm
Okay.
really familiar with the skin, and I really did not appreciate the yellow shade and the pink. Like, they could be
That's
adjusted.
fair.
You could keep the colors, but you can make it look nicer looking.
That's fair, yeah. Okay. Well, okay, do you think there's like a submission that comes close to that then, or beats it? Because I can't, like, looking through this, I mean, there's the other Titanias, right, that have problems, whether it be the attachments or the fact that it was resubmitted. I can't really think of anything else.
Wait, what do you think about this person for fourth, maybe? I don't know. But that doesn't really matter. It's a fashion contest.
Yeah,
I mean, it's alright.
yeah, it's alright, but again, it's like,
What about this person? This one had good colors. Let me reply to them. And I think, the second entry was such an improvement over the first.
Right,
I really
yeah.
liked the first entry anyway. Like, it was good fashion. Like, clearly this person knows fashion.
yeah, I feel like the second entry, idea-wise, I would put above everything else, but like, I don't think it's executed as well. as everything else, so I don't know if I should wait. If you think it's,
Feel free to disagree. I don't. It's
I'm
This is
okay
fourth
with
for
putting
Roy.
I'm okay with putting it as fourth, just because I think the idea for the second entry they put, I almost slipped up. The second entry they put is really solid. There's some issues, but like it is like there, so I'm okay with that.
it'd look good. We're trying to go for a good-looking podium that when people see the ending, they're like, yeah, I could see why they're first, second, third, and fourth. So that is pretty much the idea behind the placements.
Got it. Okay, so that's our fourth then. And we have everything.
All right. Okay. Do you want to reorder it, or are you okay with this ordering?
No, I'm perfectly cool with the ordering. I don't mind. Cool. Oh, are we supposed to like line up or something? Like I don't know how this works.
Where's this one? Wait, who did we say it was? Who? Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, I got them. I forgot who we placed for. Okay. Huh. Alright. For fourth place, we have Commodose. Which entry of theirs do you like more?
Trinity.
Commodose, yeah, the Trinity.
Trinity's great.
Yeah, the Trinity is sick. For third place,
Oh, I think they adjusted it. Oh, it looks great. Look at this. It's so nice now.
oh, that is super nice. That would have been a huge contender for sure. Third place, we got Scuggy.
Oh, there's that Void Shell Mesa too. This one's so good. Fuck.
Okay, second place, we got Yumi. And first, we got Arya Angela. Damn, this really showcases our biases, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
But that's the point.
Yeah.
This entry was super strong. And
Yeah, the Mesa one.
yeah, just for the record, this one was super high placing, but I preferred Liger's first entry over the first. This one I kind of like too, but there's a problem with the attachments. So there's a lot of frames that almost placed, but didn't quite make it. This
Yeah,
Mesa
congrats
is
to all the
super,
winners.
super strong.
Thank you everyone for submitting. You guys did great. Yeah,
If only-
attachments are a scam, and deluxe can suck. That's all I have to say. To work with. They look great. You guys did fine.
I really like Random Ceto's entries, but it's a contest with 2 people. Brandom's colors were really strong for me. So close to placement, so close to placement. But I really appreciate everyone who entered, by the way.
Yeah, that was fun.
Who's that? I should... Like, Brandon, you're so close to placing. So close. But I guess for the next competition, it'd be... We had a lot of input from us personally. Martyr XL Prime. What's the next team gonna be? What do you think the next team should be? Any
I don't know.
suggestions?
Oh boy. Orican. No, I'm kidding.